Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you? May everything be decided before their very eyes, between the bars of their prison, in the shadow of the Monolith. In the shadow of the Monolith.
All right, it is time. Expedition 33. So let's just get this right out of the way. I mean, this is, I think my favorite game of all time. We'll see, how long that will last, but I mean, this game, just everything is good. Story, music, characters, combat, gameplay, everything. Character motivations, you go, anything you want to say, it's all good. Now this video, I mean, it's probably going to be very long. I don't know how long. I imagine this is at least a 3-hour long video, right? Like, this is just going to be, I mean, these Platinum Trophy videos for me are just kind of like, I guess, like, passion things. Like, I really like getting trophies, and then I can talk about some of these games, stuff like that. And this game, Expedition 33, completely blew me away. So, I do like, kind of like, the format, of how I go through it. We'll just kind of, like, go through the trophy list. And then from there, we can, just sort of, go through specifically the different trophies and, kind of like talk about, show the footage, talk about the moments and stuff like that. But again, I mean, this game is just, bro, like way, way, way too good. I cannot believe how good this game was. Completely blew me away. Let's just jump into it. Again, I mean, this is, obviously, there's going to be full spoilers. I mean, I'm going to put, there's a clip I'm going to start the video with, which, I mean, I guess it's like a little bit of spoiler, but, like, it doesn't, I don't know, like, if someone just saw it, like, it's not really going to, like, ruin anything, but, like, yeah, man, we're showing the final boss in here, the super secret boss, like, cutscenes, we're going through everything, right? So, let's just go ahead and jump in. Let's take a look at some of this footage. We'll start right here. So, embark on the expedition, break an enemy, fully charged overdrive. I actually want to kind of like skip up a little bit. Wow, looks like a lot of players did not do it. What? It's this far up? What? This right here. Defeat the mime in Lumière. This is an optional fight in the prologue. And if you don't do it in the prologue, I mean, you can't get this until New Game Plus. I think it's not really the biggest deal because in New Game Plus, you literally can just walk right over to it, kill it instantly, and then you'll get the trophy, you'll get it done. There is another item you have to get, though, in the prologue, which, I mean, skipping way ahead, the rarest trophy in the game right here, this one, Follow the Trail, that starts in the prologue, and it's missable. So here, let's just kind of, I guess, show the initial fight with the mime here is what we'll do. All right, guys, I feel like it's probably a good idea to just throw in, just like set the premise of the plot in, before we go into this video. I'm going to be including like a lot of cutscenes. Just obviously everything will be spoiled about the game in here, again, like, final warning. We're going to go through just like a lot of the cutscenes, a lot of the biggest moments which are tied to trophies. We're going to be going through that. So the premise of this game is there's a huge cataclysmic event, like the apocalypse in this world that the game is taking place in. And then after that, a giant tower appears. And I mean, I believe it starts at 100 and it ends up working its way down. Every year, the number goes down 1, right? And whatever number is displayed, like once it changes, if you're above that number, you essentially get Thanos snapped out of existence, right? You rather than, like fade away into dust, like with Thanos, it's into like flowers and flower petals. So the premise of the game is that, everyone that's of a certain age will die. And then of this group of survivors that's in this town, this city, Lumière, so let's, the game, you are controlling, you know, characters who are, you know, 33, and it's their last year, you know, until they're, you know, the next year, the number's going to count down to 32, and then, you know, they're going to get, you know, wiped away, right? So, you know, they go on this expedition to either try and take down the paintress or find out information about the paintress, one of those things, right? And it's the whole premise of the game. I just find it so good. I find the story so good. You know, eventually you find out the whole truth of the world and stuff like that. I mean, we'll get into it as the video goes on, but like just my quick thoughts on it. I do believe that like everything in this world, it is like real, as in these are like real beings who, to me, I think they have souls, and there's a character in the game that implies many times he thinks all the characters in this world have souls. They have dreams, they have aspiration, they have despair. Like, these are like real beings. So like, as the story goes on and it's like, oh, like the whole world is fake, it's in, you know, it's just in a painting. I don't fully buy that. Again, I view these characters as like real beings. So, you know, as like these tragedies are occurring, like it's not just, you know, some, you know, make believe, like I don't know, like generations of dreams, despair, aspiration, you know, all this type of stuff. So I think the game is incredible. I think the premise is good. You know, finding out the truth about the paintress and everything with the game is just, it's so good. Finding about the, you know, the paintress's family, who are essentially, you know, the gods of this world, basically, is what they are, at least in this painted world, is just so very good. So again, we're going to go through a lot of the cutscenes, a lot of the major trophies, all of that is going to happen in here. I really feel like this is, again, my favorite game of all time. Here, I've blapped down a lot. Let's jump in. I kind of want to just, I feel like some of these cutscenes, like I almost don't even want to talk over them. I just want to play them. And that's just kind of like my vision for how this video would be good. I don't know. I'm just going to go with like my gut on how to make this. I just want to get that intro. I feel like the intro, like it's even with no dialogue said for so long, like I think it's so big. So let's get that. I wanted to get a little bit of the premise out of the way of like the expeditions and talk about the paintress and a lot of this stuff. And let's take a look at this masterpiece of a game here. Alright, I wanted to just get the intro just going on right there. Okay, so yeah, that was the kind of like intro of the game, which I just think is like super good. Here's the initial fight against the mime, right? So this, I mean, certainly, like, I would not pretend like I'm someone who's like some master at like parrying and dodging and stuff like that in some of these games. This mime gave me kind of a, I don't know, I guess like a rough start into it. It's funny looking back on this, like how horribly timing I am, like a lot of these dodges and stuff like that. But I mean, this fight is pretty basic. I mean, it's just don't get blown away by the mime. And then you build up Gustav's charges on the right there. And then once you have 10 out of 10 charges, which I believe you get from parrying, dodging, or just doing attacks, and Gustav will build up to his overcharge. And then once it's fully built up, we can use his overcharge fully built up, which is a trophy, will break the enemy, which is a trophy, and then that will essentially also win us the fight, which is also a trophy. So we're going to get a whole bunch of trophies right here, right? So boom, we get that one. That's just for breaking an enemy. You know, that's going to happen 1,000 times throughout the game. There's the overcharge. All the characters in the game have a specific character trophy for them, right? And then at this point, once he's stunned, we could just finish the fight off. It is interesting because it's like that mechanic of like, you know, like a break bar or like, I feel like the first kind of like RPG or game I can remember that in was Final Fantasy 13. And I feel like that's used so much, right? Like it's such a huge mechanic in Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth as well. So, well, and I think in regular Final Fantasy 7 Remake also too, right? But okay, but there that was. That record right there, there is you know, one of the trophies near the top, one of the rarest trophies, is to obtain all of the records. If you don't beat this mime in the prologue, in the final mission, right, the very, very end mission, you can get it as well. All right, guys, so there was the, you know, these first couple of trophies, and we also saw the initial mime encounter. So as we move up the list through, you know, the rare and rarer trophies, we'll see that. A lot of the trophies in the early game are just from kind of like doing the, like, story areas, right? Like the Lumière trophy, you know, you get basically just from finishing the prologue, right? So, like, you know, once you just go through all the cutscenes, stuff like that, and then, you know, you'll just pop it. The Spring Meadows, same thing. That's just for completing the very first stage, right? And then there's the paint cage. Okay. Yeah, sure. So in this next match of footage, you know, kind of in this first stage, there's another trophy that I do grind out. I'm curious how far up this is. It's pretty far, actually. Wow. Okay. Oh, it's quite far up here. What? Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, this one right here. Defeat a boss without taking any damage. So I think like in this next like kind of like batch of footage, let's just show that. So I guess like we would have seen these two trophies already, which are at what 47% of players. Yeah, this is crazy because then the Monolith right here is practically the final dungeon. I guess it's technically not, but practically is. So sure, let's show this professional one right there. And then we'll show the professional one. Let's get that in right here. All right, guys. So there's this first boss kind of in the initial area here. And this is, well, one of the bosses in the initial area. And this is a boss that I used. This is where I kind of like I kept redoing this boss over and over and over and over again to kind of just like get like a good feel for like, you know, dodging and stuff like that. Eventually at a certain point, I pretty much abandoned the dodge mechanic completely though, to just focus on trying to parry. It's because parrying is so OP, right? It's like a skill mechanic, right? If you're, you know, skilled enough to get the parry, you know, you get AP back so you could use your abilities. You straight up block the boss's hit. And, I mean, if they do a combo or something like that and you parry all of it, you will just go ahead and then do, like, a free counter, which typically does, you know, massive amounts of damage, so. This game's combat system I absolutely love. I mean, it's, like, a combination of Final Fantasy X, I mean, there's, like, Devil May Cry stuff, like, Sekiro. Like, it's like this whole game is just, like, a passion project. Clear, like the devs are like, okay, I like this game, like this game, like this game, like this game. Let's all combine it together, and I think it works. And then even like the menus, like kind of like the stylistic look of the menus, like that's very like Persona-esque, right? Like early on, yeah, I'm really bad with these like prompts at the start. These first couple of days, it took me a little bit to get my groove here to start hitting those. But this guy's pretty easy, right? Like these attacks. He just lines them right up, very easy. Later on, bosses, I mean, they start getting crazy with, like, the way the attacks are, like, all over the place, hitting the entire screen and delayed attacks and everything. Okay, so there's that. So we beat a boss without taking damage. we'll kind of just move past some of these other easy early story area trophies, I think. All right, so let's see. So, find your way through Spring Meadows. Again, that's just the first, area. We'll kind of move past this. Break a paint cage. There's these, little, I guess, almost like a treasure chest type thing. And then there's just a couple of different spots, kind of around the map that you would shoot to unlock that. I mean, there's a million of these. Those come all over the place. Flying Waters. This is just the second area. We can kind of see the boss right there. I love that boss theme right there. Upgrade a weapon. I mean, that's not really something we need to show, right? We'll show way later. There's I think level 33 is the max that a weapon can get to, and we'll show the trophy when we get a weapon maxed out. I found a good area. The way I was going through the game, I kind of saved most of the side content for after beating the game, because later on, we'll get there as we're going through, but later on, the boss fights are so elaborate and there's so much dialogue, and I mean, I was so invested in the story. I just did all the story right away to make sure I wasn't too overpowered to blow the main story bosses away. Then I did all of the side content afterwards. Even early game side content, I basically just saved for later on. And I found a good area post beating the main story boss, a good area where I was able to just grind up some levels in a very, very small amount of time. Okay, so next, this is consume a Lumina point. Again, there's not really something we necessarily need to show, but I think that the whole system in this game, the loadout system is very good. I mean, perhaps it, this system, could have been shown, I don't know, I think, the layout, the Lumina screen and stuff like that maybe could have been done a little bit better. I think having, some of these be, its own page rather than just, it's, an explosion of information that's kind of just, in your face. Consume a Lumina point. I ended up recording so much footage. Some of this earlier stuff I didn't keep. I guess I could just take a glance. It's not super important to show these early ones, though, because this is all basic stuff that you're just going to do just going through the game. Yeah, witness an optional scene at camp right here. This is something that you have to do anyway to get the plat. Wait, no, it's not, because there's two different types of, there's the story relationship type stuff, which, I mean, if we go way up, that's where it's, yeah, these ones, the relationship level 7 with Lumière or Esquie or something like that. You get those, high relationship, things by talking to that character. But then this optional scene at camp, that's a little bit different. Let me quickly grab one of these. All right, guys, so this is just what it takes to witness the optional scene at camp. Because I guess, you could just go through the whole thing without doing it. But when you're at camp and you just check the campfire and then it's you can, check in on someone else, that's what does it. That is what unlocks the, optional scene at camp trophy right there. All right, guys, here we go. So this right here, this will show two things. So this is how we would get that add a Lumina point trophy right here. This is not the first clip I did to actually unlock the trophy, but this is what it is that you do. Throughout the game, you obtain these items, color of Lumina, everywhere. Beating enemies, beating bosses, collectibles just around the map, rewards for doing certain stuff, and it allows you to permanently upgrade a character's Lumina right there. Just pressing X right there, that's what, is adding a Lumina point and getting that trophy. And then a little bit, I referenced how, one thing I think the game, an area, of slight improvement would be kind of just the information mind fuck that the Lumina point screen gives. It's just especially if you're not someone that's played the game a lot, this screen right here, it's just there's so much everywhere. It's so busy. I think different separate screens for all this would have been good for the game. All right, guys, so we got these areas taken care of, or these trophies. Again, the weapon upgrade trophy, we'll take a look at that when we, completely upgrade a weapon later on. So we got these done. Okay, the Ancient Sanctuary. is the next area we've got listed right here. This is just kind of like, again, one of these early game areas. I don't know that I really need to, end up, like, padding the video's length with some of the earlier areas, right? Kind of like setting the game up, so we'll move past this. The Gestural Village is fun. The Gestural characters are very, very silly and goofy, but we could kind of move past that. Okay, I'm showing this. Esquie, I mean, this has got to be one of the best characters ever. I don't care. I mean, in this video, I'm going to be saying a lot of best ever, greatest ever. I'm Esquie. He's one of the best characters ever. Let's just go ahead and put this right here. Straight up. Let's go.
No Esquie.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Hey, bonjour mon ami. Ciel? Odd. I don't know. He seems nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquie likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory,
Who's Flory?
one of my rocks.
Rocks.
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. The one whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as... Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh no. He's right next door. Over there.
Oh,
Francois is my neighbor.
okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
Fantastic. Good luck, mes amis. Please, bring Flory back to me.
You seem to know me.
Yes.
How? I don't understand.
Men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
Okay.
You got Flory. That's not Flory.
What do you mean that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory! Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs!
But he got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Flory? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks.
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for for the big 33. Woo! I'll meet you outside. Ah!
All right, so there that was. I had to just let my boy Esquie, I had to just let that go without me yapping away, ruining it, right? So there was, unlock Esquie, who, what's funny is he is essentially just like, an old school RPGs, which this game kind of like really is taking inspiration from. You would have a variety of different, like, you could have like, chocobos you could ride, which are like the big birds. Like some of the Final Fantasy games, you'd get submarines, you'd get airships, you'd get just boats across the water, all these different types of things. This game, this character, Esquie, is all of that. And it's just like, as we saw in those cutscenes right there, it's his stones. You find his stones various points in the game, right? Like, story progression. And then it allows Esquie to, begin flying, to, swim. Eventually you're able to dive underwater. A lot of different abilities. I believe the flying is unlocked during the story, right? You get that during the paintress boss battle at the end of Act 2, which is one of my favorite boss fights ever. I mean, easily, the paintress, right? And then I believe the swimming underwater, I think that one you get from maxing out Esquie's relationship. We'll get to that when we get to that. Let's keep moving through. So there was Esquie and Esquie's nest. Okay, so we have the Stone Wave Cliffs, and then we also have the Forgotten Battlefield. This video, right? Like, I mean, this is the heavy spoilers everywhere. We're going to show the final boss. We're showing cutscenes. We're showing everything. Again, I just really want to just cover, like, how incredible this game is and, like, show all these good moments in this video. So, the Stone Wave Cliffs, this is the completion of Act 1, right? Where, we're this deep in the video. We're going to have spoilers. We're going to have everything. Very clearly, the devs are taking inspiration from Final Fantasy VII. And one of your, characters, I guess what's different in Final Fantasy VII is, one of the main characters is killed. Whereas here, up to this point, the main character is killed, Gustav. So we could show that. And then the Forgotten Battlefield, that is the first area of Act 2, and that's where the true main character, Verso, comes in. And, I'm probably going to show a couple cutscenes, a couple fights. I'll do some talking during it, from both of these areas back to back. This, to me, like, the game was really good. Like, I don't know, like, I guess if you look at these dates, you could see, I was kind of, like, playing, like, I was enjoying it. But once this part right here, this back-to-back, Stone Wave Cliffs into Forgotten Battlefield, that instantly catapulted this game, and I was like, oh my god, like, this is special. This is legendary. These two back to back. So let's take a look at some of this Stone Wave Cliff stuff, and then we'll go into the Forgotten Battlefield as well. Alright guys, so this is just kind of like the, I guess the final boss of Act 1, sort of. There's like, just like, kind of like an unwinnable, kind of like almost like story cutscene type fight that you do afterwards. But, I mean, again, this is pretty much just like the, finale of Act 1 right here. Music, obviously, is great. This is a long 2-phase battle, too, right here, against the Lampmaster. This is phase 2. It's kind of like a long fight. I don't really feel like it felt like it was too tough, but, just kind of a fight that does kind of like go on for a while. By the way, this is me showing one of the systems of the combat where you can just free aim, and every character has AP, which you could see is the number, the blue number kind of like below like the character. Like Lune right now has 5 AP. We just use 5 AP to use one of her abilities, right? And you could free aim and just take like, gunshots using AP. The combat is just incredible. I mean, the game overall I think it's just fantastic, right? Again, this is my favorite game ever. So there we go. I was able to time that. We get the nice counter, right? Like, you know, when you parry, the counter damage you do, just ridiculous. Okay, so I guess I'll probably just let this cutscene play afterwards. I mean, this is just such a iconic, epic moment in this game. So here, we'll let this go.
She doesn't seem that far now, does she?
Yeah. Wanna throw one more rock?
The others are waiting, but...
You might reach her.
Okay. Ooh, what about that one?
Does it really matter?
Well, you know, like I always say, it's not about the rock. It's more about...
Gustav.
Run.
Please run.
Why? Why are you doing this? For those who come after. Right?
You promise!
understand. But this is a kindness, not a cruelty.
You let her come. You know she's too weak for this. How could you let her take such a risk?
You only care when things are right in front of you. My sweet child, you were supposed to stay home. I told you not to worry. But since you're here now, just stay put.
What are you saying? You must go home, now. This does not involve you.
When this is over, we'll go home together.
No!
This won't make sense to you now. But we both want what's best for our families. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle, but I did try to warn you. It's been a while. Stay out of this. You chose to walk away. You don't get to come back now and interfere.
You've lived more than a lifetime. It's time to let her go.
A lifetime. A lifetime with my family torn apart. No. I want my family back.
It's not your family. But she is.
You would use her.
She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two. Hey. You all right? It's okay. I'll handle things here. Get back to your friends. Go.
So that's it. You've set us down this path. But are you ready for the consequences?
She'll never paint again.
Alright, guys, so I just had to get that whole, like, kind of, like, cutscene in there leading up to the Stone Wave Cliff trophy, like, that whole emotional thing. So then we get, again, so now Verso, kind of like the true main character, joins in Gustav's place. Verso is, I mean, far and away one of my favorite characters, like, ever. I think his story is so good. So this is the direct area after the Stone Wave Cliffs. And obviously, you know, the characters are kind of like dealing with their feelings of Gustav's death. And it leads into, I mean, just a crazy epic boss, which comes up in a second here.
You holding up?
I guess I'll just let this cutscene play.
Holding up. Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death. I don't want to see that anymore.
Look, Mael,
I thought you would understand. You said you spent your immortality burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you... Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
We need to continue.
Why do
Mael. You know what we must do. When one falls, come on.
This is such a reoccurring, like, there's so many shots of Verso just kind of like sadly like looking down or looking up. Like it's Verso says I'm sorry a million times and he looks down sadly or up sadly a million times. All right, so then you get jumped by this boss right here. This like Dark Souls ass boss. I mean, that's like look at this. Tell me that this whole like the boss himself, the setup for the whole boss arena, like it's not, bro, it's just Dark Souls, man. Like for real, like it's too on the nose. That's definitely what they were going for. So, I mean, there's a little bit of lore Verso tells you as you come into the area. So these are all bodies of the previous expeditions, and I mean, Verso says that they're all killed by that boss's dualisty, or is what he is. Oh, dude, this shot. Oh my god, dude. Tell me Verso is not the baddest, man. I love Verso so much. Okay, so this boss OST, like, I remember, you guys just, dude, the OST in this game is so good. This boss OST is so flames as you're just battling this boss right here. It's so, dude, the amount of times I've listened to this since doing this fight, crazy, man. So I like, this fight can be a little challenging. Dualisty for the most part, I think his swings are like not the hardest to dodge. Like look at this. Like he is just kind of like, you know, gearing back and then throwing it in. I mean, I get blasted right there, right? Not really doing it super good. I guess I could like this. I just want to put this whole fight in here, so I can talk a little bit about the battle system, about some of these characters, stuff like that. This is a good moment. Mael, all right, is this is Lune right here. Mael is the red-haired girl right there. Mael has got to be, I mean, maybe the most broken RPG character I can ever think of. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I've played every single RPG. So, yeah, there's different mechanics, dodging mechanics, right? We saw that little symbol pop up. If you look at the bottom left, you can see it, right? Where when that little symbol shows up on the boss attack, you need to jump. Every time you're able to do one of those jump dodges for the specific attack, you're always able to counter, which is good. So, I mean, it's always exciting seeing a boss do that because it means we can freely do a lot of damage to them. But Mael, she has, like, her every character has different mechanics. You know, some of the trophies we'll get to, right? Showing, you know, like every character has their specific trophies. Looks like besides Gustav's, a lot of them are rare for players, which I guess is kind of surprising. Mael has these stances. Look at this. We're in Virtuose stance. Look at that. 200% damage dealt. It's fucking insane, right? 200% is so crazy. Mael has a weapon you could get very early on, which allows her to start the battle in that stance. This attack fucked me up all battle, man. You eventually, you know, the game does like boss rush type stuff and some of the side content later on. You know, so you fight, if you're going for the plat, you fight Dualisty 5 times or something like that, right? Towards, like, in the later ones, I was better. Dude, I could not. Oh, okay, I did actually counter that one, but I was struggling bad with that shit, dude. I was not. I was not having a good time with that. All right, so Mael, again, she can bounce back and forth between stanceless, offensive stance, defensive stance, and then she's also got Virtuose. You basically want to get her in Virtuose stance as much as you possibly can. That's kind of like one of the biggest things. Okay, so we beat the first HP bar, and then, I mean, remember, he's a Dark Souls boss, so... Now, he straight up looks like, people, like it's a character Pontiff. I don't know. I think it's Dark Souls 3. I mean, remember, I've only played Dark Souls 1. I mean, I played Bloodborne, Elden Ring, but I haven't played Dark Souls 2 and 3, right? Alright, so then just straight up phase 2, this epic OST is still playing. This is where I was struggling against some of his attacks, right? Like, he does this attack Stormblood, which eventually you get a blue mage type character in the game, Monoko, who can, you know, use Duelisty's Stormblood ability, which is pretty sick. I love, dude, Verso, his whole mechanic, his perfection mechanic. Well, I mean, we could talk about that. He has a trophy for get to S rank, right? Like, every time you attack, parry, dodge, yeah, I missed the jump. Okay, I parried. Okay, I did okay right there. Yeah, we did okay. I just missed the jumps right there. All right. Because, you know, as I started to, like, really get into the game, I got a little bit better with the parrying and stuff like that. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some parry god or something. Fuck no. No way, dude. I am not the parry god out here. No way. Lune's abilities I do like. So I ended up not using Lune or CL for most of the game. All right, so bam, and then now it has a second attack. You know, that was no way to predict. I had no idea that the second explosion was coming. In this first fight right here, I don't think I ever blocked that second explosion. Pretty sure he fucks me up with it the entire time. Yeah, okay, I'm struggling bad. Okay, and then there's another ability. That's a gradient attack. When the screen goes like kind of like all black like that, that's like, if you look at the bottom left when the boss is attacking, you could see the various different defensive like mechanics and maneuvers you could do. That's a gradient counter that it wants you to do. I think right there I was kind of just like listening to the OST. There are points for some of these bosses in this game where I'm kind of just like sitting there listening to the OST like, dude, this guy, what is his name? It's like Lorien Stedat or something like that. It's the composer's Lorien Testard. Legendary OST, man. The whole game's soundtrack is just absolutely ridiculous, right? So with Verso, you know, we want to try and get up to S rank as much as we can because, you know, his damage goes way up, crit rate, all that. Yep, there we go. Counter. Got to jump again. Yeah. Wasn't able to get that one. Missed that. Got that. Now notice I'm healing every time I parry because the Lumina system is really good. There's so many different abilities you could get. One thing I really like to do was have healing when I would parry and then healing when I would counterattack. Through most of the game, I put those on a lot of my characters. And I am never really going for dodges. Okay, so inverted right here. This makes it to where healing damages you, right? So, like, that's certainly a little bit of a problem. Bam. Yeah, that second, I was not able to time that second one the whole fight, dude. Couldn't do it. I don't have it yet, but Verso eventually gets a really sick ability where, like, you know, like Virgil from Devil May Cry type shit. Oh, no. Look at me struggling. No, dude. I'm blocking like nothing. Yeah, notice we're not healing anymore. Did we get the gradient count? I did get the gradient counter, though. Perfect. Yeah, and dude, look at the damage. Oh, my God. All right, here we go. I'm going to stop talking. Dude, the end of this is outrageous. I'm shutting up right here. So right here, a lot of these like battle OSTs, they also have like, I don't know what to call it, right? I'm not a musician like Toon Rami, but like, you know, there's a little like just like a part of the OST that kind of plays. Dude, I did this fight. The OST was so good. I was playing with the volume blasting max volume. I was in shock right here. I was like, oh, dude, this game is so good. Like, what the fuck is this game? The OST was crazy. That ending cutscene. Already, I'm starting to really like Verso. This right here is the most, because you see, I was just sitting there looking at the screen for like 5 minutes, dude. I was like, what the fuck is this game, man? I ran to Twitter. What the fuck is this game, dude? So it was like right here is when the game like completely had me. Like, I think it's like from this point where I'm starting to talk like, okay, like this is one of the best games ever, like I've ever played. Like, this shit is just so fucking good. Okay, let's you know, so after this, there's a couple, like, there's a bunch of kind of like story cutscenes to go through. But let's at least just play the portion where we unlock the trophy. But man, this part of the was just so good, dude. It was so good. All right, so there was the Stone Wave Cliff section and the Forgotten Battlefield section. Again, these two back to back is what really just sent me into overdrive on loving this game. Okay, so next is the Expedition 33 Monaco Station. Oh, and then Verso's S rank. Okay, so it looks like that was one of the more common abilities that players were unlocking, right? Some of these character-specific trophies, I actually don't think I have all of the footage of them. I mean, a lot of them are, like, very basic stuff you'll just get through combat. That's why I'm kind of surprised. Besides Gustav's and then Verso, I mean, they're the two main characters. I mean, I guess it is kind of surprising that all the other ones, like, aren't listed yet. But let's go ahead and show this. You know, the last playable character is Monaco. It's Monaco. And he's kind of like a blue mage. You know, he has, like, in order to unlock all of his abilities, which is a trophy, which is going to be way up, you know, on the rarity scale. You know, in order to get that, like, he has to participate and win in a battle against that enemy. So, pretty much from this point, once I get Monaco, my party the whole way through the rest of the game, and I never changed it up until the super secret mega ultimate final boss. I was just rocking Mael, Verso, Monaco the whole way through up until, again, the very last super secret boss. So, all right, let's just kind of like show, you know, Monaco joining, and then we get the Expedition 33 trophy. Of course, we got to get that right here.
Blades sharp.
Get ready.
Found worthy friends, Verso.
Jealous?
What are you doing?
I just need the foot. Aha!
He transforms by collecting Nevron feet. Don't ask me how it works. I've never understood.
Now that we've had some good battles to warm the spirits, To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for old Lumière.
Okay, bye.
Hey, come on. Hey, hey. Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Then you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good.
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 Yes, good.
Noko's coming too.
Oh, you are?
L'homme mercanto nel Lumière. C'est mon retour, trésorier. Voici le meilleur mercanteur du monde.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to old Lumière.
Alright guys, so we're coming into a battle here. This, I believe, is the first time I was using Verso. And of course I was, you know, obsessed with getting the trophy. So, Verso kind of has his perfection, I mean, do we call it meter or mechanic? And again, each character has their own, like, individual mechanics and stuff like that. So with Verso, it's just a matter of parrying attacks, dodging attacks, and doing attacks. And you'll slowly raise his rank. I mean, it's like Devil May Cry, man. Like, right? it's kind of, you know, it's like we're using Dante or Virgil right here. Verso is probably a little closer to Virgil, but you know, whatever. All right, so we want to make sure again we're hitting all of our parries, attacking, stuff like that. In this fight, I mean, going up against boss type enemy that's got a lot of HP, this is a perfect moment to go for this. I do also have an ability on Verso. I think I end up using this ability for a lot of the game. It's just, for whatever reason, I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's called, oh damn, what is it called? Lightbringer? It's like Lightbringer or Light Ender, something like that. That does fully raise Verso a rank. So, I got that pretty quickly on, because again, like, when I'm playing, I mean, bro, I'm a trophy hunter. I'm obsessed. Light Holder, that's what it is right there. Light Holder. This is Light Holder, which raises him a full rank, right? So, boom, you do that, and then instantly we're up to A. So, as long as these are easy to parry, well, let me say that and not, hopefully not fuck it up. Yep, boom. Good, okay. Full parries right there. So now we just get back to Verso's turn. We drop, what was it, Light Holder, and we'll be able to get up to that S, and then we get that. Perfect. Yeah. Again, Verso, we rocked him the whole party, pretty much the whole game, right? I didn't really take him out almost ever, especially because I really began to really like him as a character, so. All right, there we go. There is the perfection, you know, S rank for Verso. That one is just going to come naturally throughout play, though, I'd imagine. I mean, if you're not able to hit your counters and stuff, sure, but that one is very easy to get. All right, so there was Expedition 33, Monoko Station, and Perfection. Okay, so next we have Old Lumière, and then also reach level 33. We don't need to, I don't think, grab that one. Just reaching level 33, obviously, is just kind of come naturally through the story. The fight through Old Lumière, I mean, there is definitely a very epic boss towards the end. You know, Renoir, who's kind of like, I guess, sort of the main villain through the game, right? Like, there's obviously the paintress, who's like kind of like the main focal point, the goal. You know, very similar to Final Fantasy X and like Sin. Like, Expedition 33 has a lot of story similarities to Final Fantasy X, with, you know, the paintress Sin, you know, Verso being very similar to Titus, like Titus was the Faith, Verso is, you know, the painted version of Verso, like a lot of similarities to Final Fantasy X. I mean, maybe we'll just show the end of some of this fight right here against Renoir, and then just at least get the trophy popping in. I mean, with these videos, you know, I do like to show as many trophy pops as we can. We don't need to do every single thing, because, like, a lot of these are just, like, very basic things that will activate, like, throughout the story anyway. But, yeah, let's get this old Lumiere pop right in there. Alright, so here we are in the old Lumière Renoir boss fight. A lot of these Renoir fights, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this boy was kicking my ass, Renoir, a lot of these. I had trouble parrying a lot of Renoir's attacks. I mean, he does some weird, like this right here, bro, I mean, I guess the point is they get you ready for the paintress later on, but, like, a lot of those attacks, he was fucking me up with, like, shit like that, right? Like, right, like, look at this, dude. Him specifically, Renoir, I feel like I had more trouble parrying his attacks than, again, basically any boss or enemy in this game. Well, I mean, maybe the super secret mega ultimate boss, but, I mean, whatever. We'll talk about him when we get there. So, I mean, this fight lasts for a long time. The other thing, too, is I wasn't really well prepared for this, because there's a whole system during this part in Old Lumiere where you're kind of like party members are leaving and coming in and out of the party, and you're kind of just thrown into the fight, and so I didn't have picked those, which give you massive stat bonuses, I think on Verso or Lune here. Only Mael had some, so yeah, there's that fight, and then we've got the clip of the actual trophy pop right here as well.
Where did it go? No. Alicia.
Fuck!
Alright, so there was the old Lumiere section of the game and the trophy pop. Again, the reach level 33, I mean, we don't need the shit. Like, I've got the pops for, there's a level 66 trophy and a level 99 trophy, both of those as well. Okay, so then the first Axon is right here, and then Lune's 4 stains, and then here's the second Axon. And then reach the Monolith. Wow, okay, which is, so we're getting, you know, this is like real endgame territory here. Okay, the perfect flow, this was just a mistake I made. I didn't realize I wasn't recording when I got Lune's, like, character-specific trophy. And let's just move up a little bit. Where is it? Oh, wow, hers is very rare, too. Here, I think, CL's. I also don't have hers. I might not have Mael's right here. I mean, these are not exactly tough, though. It's just, you know, set the situation up against one enemy. But a couple of these I don't think I've got. Okay. All right, I guess maybe we could just show parts of the 2 Axon bosses. The thing with Lune, I mean, when I use my move to finish off Renoir, actually, in the last clip, I was using an ability that does consume a lot of her stains, because the way Lune works is, like, she'll use an elemental type ability, and it'll create, like, a little, I don't know, well, they're called stains, but it'll create one, and then you could then use abilities which will burn stains for extra effects, right? So it's just a matter of setting up, like, just 4 turns in a row where she's able to just actually, like, kind of, like, expend them, right? So, all right, yeah, let's just do this. Let's go ahead and just get clips of these 2 Axon fights. These fights are crazy. The music is good. The environment's good. Everything is just super good, this part of the game, for sure. All right, so here we are moving into the Mask Keeper fight. So this is the, well, I think you can actually fight the Axons in either order. I think so. This guy, this is actually a 2-phase fight. Because what the Axons are, I mean, I guess I could talk about the lore here. I mean, might as well. The Axons are kind of like giant, like huge, like monster-like entities. And like what they're supposed to be is, well, I mean, getting into like, again, like the deep story of how like the whole world is like a canvas, like a painting. And like the whole plot is like a, I mean, I would almost say like a Cold War, like it's like similar to like the Millennium World arc, like the end of Yu-Gi-Oh, like the dark like RPG game that Yami Bakura and, you know, Atem are playing. It's almost kind of like that between the paintress and the curator, who's Renoir. The story is good. I think the story is so fire in here. But all the Axons are supposed to be like the father, the curator, Renoir, his, like, I guess interpretation or his painted version of his family, right? So the Mask Keeper right here is kind of like the Renoir's painted version of Verso. Which, you know, towards the end of the this clip here, we like the painted Verso, he realizes that the Mask Keeper is supposed to be him. I don't think that this fight was really too tough. I mean, I'm just explaining some lore, and I look up, and he's got half HP gone already. Remember, I was not doing like all types of side content or anything like that either. Like I basically just knocked out the story stuff. Boom, 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 right? I feel like that's obviously pretty telling, because, you know, as we're going through the trophy list, we could see when I earned them, and it's like I wasn't really doing side stuff. Some of these attacks, I think, started to get a little bit annoying with this guy. Okay, no, we got some decent parries in there, right? But yeah, the story of this game, like, that's what kind of, like, helped put this, it's so, like, high in regard for me. I just loved it so much. This is an interesting mechanic that this boss has, by the way, which is when he hits us, he gets a shield for every single time he hits us. That is very interesting. It doesn't work against Mael, because Mael has this ability, Breaking the Rules, which removes all shields, and she just does damage. Again, Mael is so broken. I mean, they announced the Final Fantasy Tactics, you know, I'll definitely do a platinum video on that as well. That game has got another one of the strongest RPG characters I could ever remember. But Mael in this game, I mean, I have not played every RPG ever. There's a lot I could do, but I can't think of a more broken RPG character than Mael, man. I can't, dude. She's so overpowered, it's insane. Which, what's funny is, in the lore of the story, too, it actually makes sense, since she's, you know, whereas most of the characters in the game are just, like, painted characters in the canvas, Mael is, you know, Alicia, who's part of the family, so, like, she's a paintress, so it does make sense, right? And then follows with the gradient attack, dude. Yeah, some of these attacks, I do not pretend like I was a good parrier or dodger. Right, one thing I'm not going to do is be, oh yeah, I'm so nasty. Like, no way, man. Your boy was not that good with it. But hey, listen, the system was very fun regardless. There's a gradient. I like the gradient system, where like a lot of different things you do will build up those charges, and then you could do the gradient attack. Some of those are very broken. Late game, I spam Mael's, because her first gradient attack puts her into virtuose stance. So I would just build up a gradient charge, use that, put her in virtuose stance, and then she kills the boss, right, is what she does. Mael is just, again, so freaking OP. All right, so there we go. So there's the Mask Keeper taken down. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. 24 parries, I'll take that. I'll take that. Let's ignore the amount of damage we took. Yeah, so again, here's this cutscene right here. And then we are going to get the trophy pop kind of towards the end of it, right? And the music during these Axon fights is so good, too. I mean, most of the music during a lot of these major fights is just so crazy good. I'm trying to think, like, what's the story reason CL is able to do this? Because... so CL is a character who...
Because it is me.
Because her husband dies, and then she tries to commit suicide where she's saved by Esquie, but, she doesn't realize she's saved by Esquie towards kind of, like, the end of the game. And she finds out after she tried to drown herself, but Esquie saves her without her realizing that she was pregnant and she lost the baby. So something with that obviously has to do with how she's able to beat the Mask Keeper's mask right there. I guess maybe it's going a little over my head, but I mean, it must have something to do with that. So, all right, cool. So there's the first Axon. We could just move right into the second Axon fight as well. And then just get, you know, both of these trophy pops right here. Bam, bam.
That was Verso, wasn't it? Renoir.
All right, now speaking of lore, so I love that scene right there. Like that, like, you know, I'm first playing through the game, and I'm big on, like, moments, right? Like, I just want moments, you know, I'm Mr. Hype Moments and Aura. Like, 100%. I can be, my loyalty to the game, series, movie, whatever, can be bought with Hype Moments and Aura. 100%. So, like, the first time I'm going through that scene where, like, you know, it's the, like, the dead loved ones for all the characters, and then Verso is just nothing, and then it's like my mind is racing. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, like, what is that? Knowing the entire plot of the game and having read a lot and stuff like that, I'm actually not super sure exactly why, like, what that was with Verso now coming back to this moment, because the only, like, all of the characters in your party are painted versions except for Mael / Alicia. She's, you know, like, you know, a paintress. But the rest of the party is painted copies. And like, Monoko is someone, he was painted by the original Verso, but he saw, like, a dead character. Yeah, I'm not super sure. And it's not like Verso is suicidal, but it's not like he's suicidal in turn, like his family members, like, throughout the course of the game, we see them all die in front of him, which I guess we're gonna have, like, most of those clips in here, I guess, but and he cares a lot. So yeah, I guess that part is going over my head as well. These two Axon moments like that, I'm not super sure why it is that ability did not work on Verso. Maybe it's just something so simple as his determination was so high. Maybe. There's a gradient attack right there. Again, the gradient attacks are so strong. Now, Monoko, I mean, I might as well talk about, again, his mechanics right there. I do have the clip of us getting his trophy mechanic, which he has this wheel, and as we use abilities, the wheel will spin. And all of his different Nevron abilities that he has, you know, there's the various different types. I think there's balanced, heavy, right? Like, he's got a bunch of different types, and you want to match whatever the wheel is on with, you know, that certain type of ability, right? Like, if it's on a like, the wheel says balance, then use a balanced attack for kind of, like, increased, like, damage and extra effects and stuff like that. And Monoko's trophy is just to get 4 of those in a row, just like Lune's. I do actually have the clips of that. Yeah, this fight is very like, once you start getting to, like, probably that Renoir part, like, these fights just start to get so cinematic, man. Like, so cinematic, so beautiful. Like, look at this nonsense, though, man. Like, I'm getting fucked up. Like, bro, some of these bosses, the whole screen, like, wait till we get to the fucking paintress, man. Entire screen is exploding, dude. Like, it's like, yeah, sorry, I missed a couple parries. She rips apart reality, man. My bad. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Okay, so we can see what's going on here, too. The real Seren is, I guess, the little version in front of her. Because the big version is not, like, the actual, like, Axon. It's kind of like the smaller version, and then, I guess, I don't know, their power's creating the bigger version or something, like, some shit like that. Bruh, this game is so good. Like, come on. This game is so good, dude. Okay, there's a parry. Okay. This game is so good, man. I'm having so much fun just, like, watching this back. Like, god damn, this game is good. I wish that there was, like, a PS4 version. I would platinum it again right away. Damn, man. That would be so sick, man. The Grand Ballet. Those dancers right there, they were enemies all throughout that area, and they were like, it's, you shoot them once and they're dead. Oh, yeah, Seren, she was beating my ass, huh? Okay. Alright, and that's gotta be that right there. I like that, look, dude, I hope that we get a sequel or something. I feel like all these systems, like, are really good, but, like, it would be incredible if they had, like, another opportunity to make, like, you know, like, to just expand upon a lot of these systems, man. Alright, so there we go. So we got the first axon and second axon done. Again, I you know, don't have the footage of getting the perfect flow trophy with Lune, but I did explain it. Okay, so next is Monolith, and then the mime one we already got earlier in the video. We showed the professional one earlier in the video. And then, oh, the paintress. The paintress boss fight has got to be maybe my favorite part of the game. Okay, so I think what we're going to do here is, I guess I'll show getting this. So reaching the Monolith again, the whole game, the whole point of the game is you're trying to stop the paintress, right? You know, the paintress is this huge giant, right? Like right out of Attack on Titan, right in front of the Monolith, which is like a bajillion story tall, like giant tower or something like that. And then, you know, you finally reach it. And then the paintress, of course, is at the top. So I think what we'll show is there's kind of an initial counter with the paintress, which is kind of like it's not like a real thing. We'll show that. The final battle against Painted Renoir is one of the best moments in the game. That happens in between reaching the Monolith and beating the paintress. I think we'll put that in here as well. Plus, the story cutscene in that is so good. I also would like a chance to talk about that. It's so good. And then the paintress fight we'll show as well. So, yeah, let's just get this, the Monolith and paintress trophies and, you know, some of these big fights right there. Alright, so you finally reach the Monolith, and, you know, you've got the jet, like, we're fighting her feet right here. I'm sure a lot of y'all are very excited about that. Not me. Not me. A lot of y'all. Not me, though. Not me. Not me. Oh, yeah, here's one of my favorite moves by Verso right here. This is the first time we're seeing this in the video, huh? But, nullified. Yeah, paintress doesn't seem to react, because it's not, like, I guess it's kind of similar to almost like the Axon type thing, where, like, the real paintress, that's not like the real paintress, that's just like her, I don't know, a manifestation of her power or something like that. Wait, Mael. Now, of course, because Mael is, like, literally the paintress's daughter, and Mael is, like, a real person and not, like, a painted version of someone, like, that's why, like, throughout the game, like, she has all these feelings and visions and stuff like that. It's because that's kind of like one of the big twists is that, well, I guess that is the big twist, is that it's, you know, you're in a painting, and she's real, but, like, everyone else is, like, not, basically. The paintress is also a real person right here. And the whole story is, yeah, so here's the fire right here. The paintress's family, there was a big fire, and the real Verso is killed in it. And then Alicia, who becomes Mael, she is badly disfigured by the fire. And the paintress's grief just becomes too much for her to overwhelm, and she feels very guilty when she sees Alicia, you know, damaged as she is. So that's why this scene right here, Verso is setting himself on fire, and the paintress, like, she can't handle that. Her psyche cannot handle that. So she kind of, like, lets them off the hook. Not really super sure why then she opens a portal or what this is, but it allows everyone to go into the Monolith. A couple of other expeditions didn't make it inside the Monolith, so I don't know. Like, maybe the paintress only showed up to attack them because Mael was right there, / Alicia. And then the other, like, expeditions, they just walk right up and the portal was already there. I guess. I guess that's maybe what it is. But this is it. Now, the Monolith is a monster dungeon, dude. We're talking, it took me like 5 hours to get through it. It's so huge. But, I mean, I was a stickler about finding every item and, you know, getting every ability for Monaco and shit like that. But, dude, the dungeon, the Monolith is so long. And then we're going to go directly from this part into the final battle against Painted Renoir, which is he's at the top of the Monolith. You fight Renoir and then go directly into the paintress fight.
taking her down.
She's not the only one who grieves. The pain of losing you, she made me inherited. Punishment, perhaps, for not being there when it mattered. I refuse to lose my son.
That son was a stranger.
But you're not. You're not.
You lost me years ago, and I lost you.
So you leave us no choice. Tell me, how are you different from her in doing this?
I'm tired.
So trust me. We are your family.
Family is complicated.
If saving you means losing you, then so be it.
We only need to incapacitate him.
We'll find a way to kill him.
Yeah, the drop of that OST is very hard right there. Like that shit is so fire. All right, now Renoir kicks my ass right here. Like, I'm not gonna pretend for even a second like I do good in this fight. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but every time I fight Renoir, I feel like he is beating my ass raw, dude. Yeah, what's funny is during this section, and then I think like my controller is low again during the paintress fight. It's because that night I was just sitting there knocking it out. So, by the way, Ben Starr, I mean, dude, his performance as Verso is so fire. Dude, the story is so good. I do not care. That shit is so fire. Like, it was so easy to get, like, completely, like, invested and wrapped up in that story, right? So we do this fight right here. I mean, it is a pretty tough fight because Renoir has like a special gimmick that he pulls out once we get him to half HP, right? And also, I just am not able to time his attacks whatsoever. I can't, bro. I feel like there's some bosses later on that's like, I was like, yeah, all right, I'm parrying pretty good, all right. But Renoir is not one of them, man. That boy, he is beating my ass every time we fight him. Okay, so yeah, we're going through the Renoir part right here. I did just want to get this in the video, right? Like, again, this video, I enjoyed this game so much, so it's almost like I want to get all these, like, trophy pops, but then also moments of the game that I really like as well, too. So, like, we got, like, this full fight in here. Yeah, bro, I can't. I don't know what it is. He is obsessed with Monoko, right? Like, all he's doing is attacking him. Interesting. So, like, once we get Renoir to half HP, that's where, like, his gimmick busts out, which is fun. Fun, let's just say that. And then the OST is so good. This OST, like, this is used a lot throughout the game, but, like, kind of like the, I don't know, like, oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, so here's him at half HP, right?
Your sister deserves more.
Now, I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be. I mean, it doesn't matter because it's sick, right? Like, it's cool as hell, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But, okay, so yeah, this, like, beast of the dark shows up and just heals him to full, and the fight just resets, basically. Except then he becomes enraged as well, which means he gets 2 turns consecutively. The dark creature. Yeah, dude, I struggle badly against Renoir men. Okay, there's a parry. Another one. Yeah, and then he ends that combo by stunning you, which is brutal, right? Because when they get stunned, you miss their turn. Not only do you miss their turn, but then you also can't block. Like, you can't dodge or parry while the character is stunned. So, like, Verso is sitting there hanging on, you know, to his last legs, and, like, if Renoir just attacks him during that portion, like, you can't block it, right? Which is going to get absolutely blasted out of there. So, all right, yeah, here's a lot of Minoko's abilities. Again, as we're going to move through the trophy list in order, and as we get to the Monoko trophy, we'll make sure to get that in here as well. A lot of Minoko's abilities, I didn't really experiment a ton. Yeah, this is another attack that the paintress has right here. Okay, yeah, she has this. All right, interesting. Okay, this is pretty... Yeah, that one is easy. Like, you know, that lion, dog, demon creature, like, made it so obvious. Like that, like, choreograph... Like, sometimes the bosses choreograph the moves so obviously that it's really not tough to parry them. Like, I saw... There was a clip... So, leading up to when I played this game, I was pretty shocked because we live in an era right now, the internet, of hating. Like, everyone just hates on everything. Like, they hate on each other, they hate on everything, right? That's just how the internet is. And I saw, like, basically no hate for this game whatsoever. It's just, everyone's just like, yeah, it's the best. Incredible game of the year. Like, that's all I saw, is which is like, oh, well, like, what? Like, that's why, like, I like, jumped right in, right? A lot of times I'm slow to get to games. But this one, comparatively for me, I got into it pretty quick, yeah. I am just terrible at blocking Renoir. Burn, by the way, is such a powerful mechanic. Alright, so we're able to get some counters there. It's good whenever the boss does like an attack where you have to jump, because it's easy to get the counter attack in right there. Alright, here's my favorite move with Verso. Love this shit. Oh my god, that shit is so sick, dude. Yeah, Mr. Aura Verso right there. And then there's that move to get us into Virtuoso stance for Mael. Basically, with Mael, notice we're not able to dodge with Monoko, by the way, because he's stunned. With Mael, basically at all times, you just want to try and get yourself into Virtuoso stance whenever you can. Because, like, dude, it's 200% fucking damage, man. 200% is pretty good, man. Alright, yeah, it's pitiful performance by me in this fight, but whatever. The fight is still sick regardless. Oh, come on. No, I messed it up. I didn't get the counter. Oh, it's done. It's done. Yeah. Sword Ballet Virtuoso. He's done. Yep. See ya, buddy. I think I'll let this cutscene play. This is another one of my favorites in the game right here. I love this cutscene so much. And then we get Renoir's suit for Verso.
It's not her. It's your sister, your mother, me. We are your family. You would condemn us all to die for what? Who do you really save with your sacrifice?
Your sister and your mother?
You're too drunk on your own illusions to understand.
Then let us celebrate the second destruction of the Descendre family! long last, we meet. This is all you have left of your son. Destroying it won't bring your wife back. It will only destroy the last tie you have to each other.
Hey. How did you do that?
Not sure. The curator felt it.
Can you do it again?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can.
What did Renoir mean? The things he said to the curator?
I'm not sure.
That's her. The paintress.
She looks like the curator.
Renoir. He mentioned the curator's wife. She's the paintress.
You've come back?
Alors tranchons la trame, découle.
But the fire. Are you really here? Or is he? Playing tricks again. Alicia.
Alicia?
Your face.
My face? What about my face? Are you going to burn it again?
Alicia's your daughter.
And Mael reminds you of her. The daughter you lost.
Come along. Let's go home.
Yes. You need to go home.
This is another trick. She's not You are not my Verso.
No. Verso's dead.
No. You are his creations, not mine. You will not take this canvas from me.
This is what we created the expeditions for.
Tomorrow comes.
How cruel of your father to use you like this.
Alright, so here we go with the paintress fight. I would say this is easily my favorite fight in the game. This is another fight I definitely struggle in. Paintress is whipping me for a lot of this fight. Her attacks are just... I don't know. That first attack right there, I mean, that's the first time I'd seen it. Is really not that bad. I mean, later on in one of the like side quest trophies, you do a battle where you're fighting the paintress at the same time, and then also what later on becomes the final boss, the curator Renoir, right? I definitely do much better against the curator and paintress's attacks in that one, a little bit later on. Now, I think that this fight between the OST, which is incredible, especially Phase 2. Okay, so yeah, there's that same attack Renoir does, and it's decimating. Look at this, like one turn has happened and we're obliterated already, man. She does a lot of damage. So this whole section right here, like once you reach the top of the monolith, like if I had like a slight criticism for the game, it would be that, I mean, you are given very little info. They do actually tell you, like, I was just starting to figure out, like, some of the stuff, like, going into the monolith, right? Like, and especially, like, knowing everything and then rewatching a lot of these cutscenes, like, you could see how much they are straight up telling you during the cutscene. Yeah, there we go. Fine. I was able to time that towards the end. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, because I love having the... heal, parry, heal counters. So, it's like if I start hitting my parries and stuff like that, like, we'll be able to just go ahead and heal. Dude, this OST, man, come on. The Paintress OSTs are just, they go so fucking hard, man. My God. But yeah, the game, like, to just straight up tell you what's going on, it waits a long time. Like, probably too long. Considering this is basically the very end, right? Like, the way it goes is you fight Renoir, then you immediately go into the fight against the Paintress. Then it's like a 50-minute lore dump is what happens at that point. And then at that point, you can go into what is the final dungeon and the final boss. So it's like you are only finding out what's going on, essentially going into the final boss. I think that they could have probably... I mean, I don't know. Like, the reason they do that is the next cutscene is kind of like a big shock, and, like, if you were aware of more details during this Paintress fight, perhaps it would, like, seemingly lower the stakes or something. Like, I mean, I get it, but... yeah, okay. And then in that last cutscene, right, I just let it play. Oh, dude, this attack... I could never time this. Yeah. Even when we fight, again, I think it's called Painted Love, when it's Curator and Paintress together later on in the side quest. So the Endless Tower side quest. That attack, I just can't, dude, I can't. I don't know what it is. It's like, I feel like I'm just not able to time when that rock comes in. This one's not bad right here. Yeah, this is easy. Surely we get a counter off of this. No, I missed the last one. Fuck, dude. It's like that. That's because, you know, you knock out a lot of those, you know, parries. Heal, 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 and then the counter is giving you a heal as well. Okay. Yes, dude. And then 9999. Beating the paintress, by the way, actually gives you a pick though. Painted power, which allows you to break the damage cap. When you get that, it also breaks the game because how broken Mael is. I'm gonna play like a lot of the lore cutscenes after the paintress. I'm gonna play them, and then it's like during that, like, you know, Mael kind of reawakens, and you know, you're able to use all of her paintress powers again. And I mean, that's when she fully becomes. I mean, at least she has to be like a top 5 character in RPG game history in terms of how strong she is. She has to be. Like, she is just so OP when she awakens as a paintress. It's ridiculous. I mean, as we're gonna see with a lot of the secret boss trophies, when Mael just fucking blows them in half, like, it's nuts, right? I love it. Now this first fight is just like this is just phase 1, and your items. The game is very generous in how it lets you heal so much and have a shit ton of items and stuff like that. Again, it's very generous. Oh, okay. No, here we go. Here, I'm gonna turn it up for this. Oh, one more. But like if we were on hard right here, going into the second phase, you know, you potentially using a lot of items, like having to beat both phases of the paintress back to back, brutal, dude, brutal.
I don't like this.
Yeah, that paintress OST drop, oh my god. The adrenaline, I could have done 100 push-ups immediately. The adrenaline I felt after like that OST drop, holy fuck does it go hard. Now we were able to build up a lot of gradient charges, so I was able to get like regen on the whole team, give us some shields as well. The shields are very helpful because paintress in this phase, like, dude, the shit she does in this phase, these are like the scariest, besides Simon, the mega super ultimate mega boss. Some of these attacks that paintress does, and like in the lore, like she's the she is the strongest character there is, right? Like, yeah, she definitely is. I would assume the only reason you're able to beat her is because of the, you know, 70-year Cold War that the Curator and Paintress have been, you know, undertaking, you know, and, you know, I mean, getting into the other character, Verso and Alicia's other sister, Clair, all the shenanigans she was doing to try and keep all the chroma, the energy, away from the paintress, so she's slowly weakening as time is going on. I mean, full power paintress, no character in this game is standing up in front of this girl. I did, yeah, this shit, bro. Like it's just like the entire screen is exploding. This is it, right? The move I'm thinking of, just the whole screen just exploding, right? Like, kabam! Like, I was like, wait. Oh, I actually got one right there. Okay. Oh, not bad. Yeah. I actually got a parry at the end right there. She has a bunch of attacks like that, where it's just like the whole screen is just blowing up. It's like they have, like, I gotta check out like what an actual good player at this game looks like. Just like parrying every single one of these attacks is crazy. Especially when she rips reality apart. That one, I was just like, what? Bro, you kidding me? Yeah, and then the whole time she's kind of like, you know, just sort of explaining what's going on, right? The whole fire. Again, remember, Verso is that, and the paintress, you know, Aline, she very clearly blames Alicia, Mael, for what happened, and that's why she is so fucking cold to Alicia throughout the game. And then, you know, there's like a journal, right? The rarest trophy in the game is the obtain all journals. There's like a journal where like she is so damn cold towards Alicia. Oh, here we go. Like, bro, when you don't understand, like, the plot, like, you know, you don't have the actual lore dump yet, you're like, what the fuck is this, man? You shitting me? It's like a black hole. And then this, I was not gonna pretend like I'm good at blocking this. We got one right there. We got 2 blocks, okay. Yeah, I mean, bro, dude, I like these attacks, man, just the whole screen blowing up. And, like, again, I heard if you die in the second phase of the paintress, you have to go right back and do that first phase again. Whew, that would be rough, dude. And remember, any, like, items we would use in the first phase, like, we still wouldn't have in the second phase and shit, so.
You defied me, and now he's dead.
Oh, now, yeah, I did want to get back and talk about the cutscene I had showed of the curator, like, finishing off Pain and Renoir. That is another one of my favorite, like, cutscenes in the game. But I mentioned earlier in the video, Verso, like, a million times in this game, like, he's sad looking up, looking down. Like, it's just, like, so, like, I don't know. I feel like that they did a good job of, like, displaying his emotions constantly, like, coming out as he's, like, sad looking around. I don't, the whole trope with Verso, like, I don't know, like an immortal character who's, like, very sad and depressed because they're living an immortal life and everyone's dying around them and shit like that. Like, as a trope, that goes so hard. Like, that shit is so fire. Alright, so here's this one again. I would say this is the one I struggle the most with. I can't, like, the timing on that one is brutal right there, man. Alright, there's just a jump attack. Those are good. Anytime you get a jump attack. And then she's healing when she hits us, too. That's interesting. And then looks like, you know, she's applying burn to us as well. Burn is such a powerful effect for us to do to the bosses, right? Eventually, Verso gets a weapon where you could just apply a lot of burn from attacking the boss, which is very, very good. And then usually what we do here is I'll do that move, apply burn to the boss or whatever, and then I use the other attack. Damn, I can't remember what it's called. But I use it to stance change Mael into virtuous stance. Okay, so I think this puts curse on us, right? Yeah. Oh, there was a bunch of debuffs, and she gets shield. Yeah, so that means we'll die in a couple of turns. It's, you know, just death sentence or something. There's that ridiculous OST drop. But in that previous cutscene, right, the curator kind of allows Mael to, I guess, like, kind of like sort of tap into her paintress powers, right? And then actually, like, finish off Renoir. Because remember, the curator is the real Renoir, and then painted Renoir is painted Renoir. That's why, like, you know, when Curator walks up to him and he's like, oh, finally we meet, right? Like, so I think right here I'm just listening to the OST. Yeah, okay. Now she's got all those shields. This is where I wish, oh god, this attack again. This is where I wish I would be able to get over to Mael quickly, because we could use breaking the rules. Yup. Terrible. Oof. I did block the last 3. Okay, sure. Yeah, so here we go. We could use breaking the rules right here, and then just remove the shield. I love that move so much. Right, that shit works super, super well. Now, I think, do all the characters have the same, like, yeah, they're all gonna die at the same time, so, I think probably the smartest idea would be to let Verso die, potentially, since he's already so low. But, like, right around here, like, I was getting my ass beat. Like, I knew, while recording, like, a lot of this, it's like, okay, like, I'm gonna be putting, like, these huge chunks of footage, in the video, and I was like, damn, man, I definitely could have played a little bit better against could have blocked over attacks. But I mean, I talked with other people and they said that the paintress was very tough for them too, so it's not just, I mean, and you know, again, in lore she's the strongest character in the game, so like, look at that wind up. She completely fucked me with that, man. And then he's dead. That would be good though, because again, that's gonna get rid of his curse once we revive him. Bruh, her attacks, man. Come on. Bro, they made her so strong. Bro, like if we were playing in hard, oh my god. Better learn these attacks or we're fucked. So the smart thing to do here, yeah, I guess I hadn't really started to use that as a strategy too much. But the smart thing to probably do right there would have been to done the gradient attack to get Mael into Virtuose, and then done Sword Ballet afterwards. Oh, okay, I blocked a couple of those. Not bad.
Not impressed.
Yeah, this is another one I struggle on quite a bit. Yeah, I'm getting blown up. Dude, these Paintress and Renoir fights right here, like, they were fucking me up, dude. Yeah, the item mechanic is so strong, because you have the revives, the heals, and then the item that could give you AP. So, like, it's like, you know, we could use... There was a big part of the game where I was just funneling AP to Mael and letting her just, like, sweep enemies. That was definitely pretty good right there. Alright, we're getting close to this. There is a third phase to the Paintress, but it's not, like, a real... like phase, like it's more like a story phase, right? Yeah, see, like right here. Oh, I guess. Yeah, I decided to just shoot these orbs. I'm actually not sure what exactly the orbs do. Oh, that it's the curse. I see. The orbs make it to where the curse is... Okay. That's what it did. You see the number above her head, right? Okay. The Paintress unleashes. Dude. That... Because it's like getting a bunch of these parries down, it's like a rhythm thing, right? So it's like she like does her little like swing of her paintbrush around, and I was just like, holy fuck, it just completely threw me off. All right, so we'll get this one out for us. Yeah, she's broken. That's it for the fight. Once you break her, stun her, she misses a turn, then we could just clean her up. Yep. Go for the gradient attack. Wabam. And that's it. Not quite. She must have had like 1 HP left. Okay. So there's the completion of phase 2. That's essentially like the tough part. After that, Like this is kind of just like a story sequence. I'm not sure. I guess so. Like in this little part right here, she kind of is like healing you. Like she gives, you know, it's like the paintress heals an expeditioner or something like that. I would assume that's because, again, with the story, the paintress, there's like the Cold War between the curator and the paintress, right? Aline and Renoir, real Renoir. And it's like they're locking each other in place. So the paintress is sealed at the top of the monolith, and Renoir, the curator, is sealed below the monolith, at the bottom of the monolith. So, like, after finishing her off, then, you know, the curator is free to just, you know, wipe out, gommage, you know, all of the people in the painting, right? So I assume the reason she's doing this right here is potentially to get you ready to fight Renoir, I guess, would be it. Because, I mean, as she's going down, like, she knows what's happening, so... Although, I mean, they do make a strong point to tell you every 5 seconds that, like, Aline is completely lost, like, in her grief of losing Verso, right? And then Alicia's injuries being, like, a huge trigger point to her as well. Yeah, this whole part of the game is just so good, man. I could just endlessly slurp this game and this part of it all day long. I think the paintress is such a... Like, the whole concept for the game, I think, is really cool. And then once we finish off her HP here, that's what puts us into, like, a 50-minute cutscene or something. I'm going to show a lot of it, but I'll cut some of it out. By the way, there we get the painted power, so damage can exceed 9999999. All right, yeah, there we go. So, again, we'll play some of these cutscenes, you know, get these in the video. Yeah.
Rest now. Things have been better soon.
It's done. You're free. You are all free.
Is this real?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Gustav's watching over us. Hey, come. Wanna plant it?
Though presumably, there'll be no one coming after, right?
It's symbolic.
Let's go home.
Yeah.
Brother, I tire of the conflicts and deceptions that plague our family and theirs. So, I entrust you with this letter. Whether you give it to her is up to you. I'm at peace with what's to come. When the time comes, I hope you will be too. Maya, it's a strange feeling watching you with my brother, laughing and smiling, without the scars or the memories that afflict me. Alicia, as she was meant to be, not this painted version that I am. My family, a facsimile of yours, and this world, a mirror, painted by your mother, the paintress, to stave off her grief. Seeing your expedition through would plunge us all into the abyss. For in ridding the world of the paintress, you'd lose the sole force standing against the one who would erase us, the one who invokes the flowers of the Gamash. An act of love, for he does love her. Your father. On her monolith, she paints a warning for us all, of the few she can save as her power wanes. We all wish for our families to thrive. Your family, however, believes only one can survive. But perhaps you'll find another way. You who have lived amongst us, perhaps you differ from your father and your sister, as I differ from mine. Your mother paints life, whilst your father, death. What will you paint?
See? Wasn't so hard. Wait. That's Aline's chroma. Stay calm. Don't let it take control of you. Calm, Alicia, or it'll paint over you. What an auspicious start. Well, you're about to be reborn in this world as one of Aline's creations. Have fun. At least this will keep you out of trouble until I get back.
She's a girl. She's a girl. She's beautiful. What a lovely voice. My love, did you decide on a name?
Yes. Oh, my darling girl. We have precious little time together. You'll never know us. But I want you to know that you are loved. I want you to know you're not alone. You will always be the beautiful child I held in my arms. You will smile the brightest smile. You will cry iridescent tears. You will know love, and you will know pain. You will know loss all too well, because we live in an unforgiving world. But you are strong, and you will survive. You will struggle, and you will learn. You'll find people to call your own, and you will shine as their guiding light. For you will change the world, and the people around you. You'll forever be our princess. I have decided on her name. And her name will be Maëlle.
Alicia.
Actually, I prefer Maëlle.
I think I do too. But I'm not really Verso, and you're not really Maëlle, are you?
You're not Verso, no. You look and sound just like him, but you're you. I'm still Maëlle, though. You should have helped me remember.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, dear. If I'd listened to Mama, if I hadn't trusted the writers, Verso would still be alive, and you...
Wouldn't exist.
Wouldn't be caught in the middle. Mama did a terrible thing, painting you into Verso's canvas, giving you his memories, pretending the fire only took me. But I'm glad you exist.
Your father was right to erase everyone is better this way.
Better for who? Verso would never have wanted his canvas gone. He loved Esquie and his gestrels and grandes.
It was killing our mother. Staying here so long in a make-believe world with her make-believe family.
It's not make-believe. It's not. You're not to me. Papa's here. He'll help me fix Lumière.
Will he?
Maman painted a rather unflattering portrait of him. He's much warmer than the Renoir, you know.
I bet.
Papa.
Alicia. You're safe.
I thought I told you to stay home.
Technically, my body's at home.
Some of Eileen's finest work. I regret that it caused you so much pain. What Eileen did was unfair to you most of all. Please, accept the Descendre family's apologies. I know it seems absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but perhaps that's the outcome we both desire.
What?
I'm proud of you. Getting your mother out of the canvas was not easy. Once we erase the canvas, we won't have to worry anymore.
But she's home now. Why?
You know your mother. Verso painted this canvas. It contains a piece of his soul. She'll never willingly part with it.
No.
For the sake of the living, we must part with the dead.
No, Papa. See, I hid the canvas.
She will always find it. This is our only opportunity, while she's too sick from her prolonged descent into the canvas to return.
No. Papa. Papa, please. This is Verso's only canvas. You can't destroy the last piece of him that we have. This is my home now. You can't just decide...
Your home? After all that with your mother, you want to stay?
You know how little remains of my life outside.
Alicia, you'll die. You've already been here longer than you should.
But...
No. Look at me, I said no. I am not letting my daughter risk her life. Alicia.
I'm not, Mama. I'm not going to lose myself if I stay.
I know full well you will, and I am not doing this again!
No! Come on. Come on.
Alright guys, so now we're going to go through a huge portion here. So, again, we showed the Monolith, the Mime in Lumière, the beating the boss without taking damage. We saw the Paintress fight. So again, I don't have the footage here for this right here, where Mael uses one of her abilities on a marked enemy in Virtuoso stance. It's not super crazy, right? So, per se is just one of her abilities, right? Marking, like, I was able to easily do this right at the start of the game, because Gustav has an ability, like, marking shot. He just marks the enemy, just make sure Mael is in Virtuoso stance, and then use Percy. Like, it's pretty easy, right? It's pretty rare, I guess, because it's just, you know, you have to do 3 different things, and make sure Mael has a lot of AP and stuff like that. So, there's that one. Back to Lumière, we just showed as well. That was part of that huge section. Sael's, like, character trophy. I don't have the footage for this one either. This one is just using her abilities. Sael is not a character I was using very much. But just, like, you know, using a couple of her abilities, consume the 24 tell. I was able to get this with her very early on, right? So then next, this is discover all of Esquie's abilities. So this, I don't, like, where, and then relationship level 7 with Esquie. That's kind of surprising, because I guess it's relationship level 6 with Esquie. You fight his friend, the turtle, Francois, again. And that's where you get one of the abilities. So the 3 abilities, you get the first one from completing Act 1. The second one, essentially, you get from completing Act 2, because Verso pulls out one of the rocks so that Esquie can fly during the Paintress fight. And then the third ability is, again, it's like doing the relationship stuff with Esquie. So, alright, yeah, let's just go ahead and show this, the plane, train, and submarine one. And then I guess we'll just go right into CL's relationship trophy as well. Alright, so let's knock out a couple of these relationship ones here. So, the relationship stuff is really pretty easy. Just, you know, a lot of times after doing story or whatever, you could just talk to one of the expeditioners at camp, right? So, Mael, Lune, CL, Monaco, or Esquie. And then once you get the character to max relationship status, that is where you're going to be able to unlock their best gradient attack, right? Now, some of the characters have quests. CL, she doesn't, right? So you're able to do this basically as soon as you're able to, you know, get control again after you beat the Paintress. So, you know, after beating the Paintress, like, that was one of the first things I did, was maxed out the relationship stuff with her. And then we're also able to then go right into finishing up the relationship stuff with Esquie as well. And then this, I believe this is his, not his max level, but I think level 6 right here. You do this one-on-one fight against Francois, and then you're able to get a, I think this is the rock that allows you to dive underwater with Esquie. Across the world map, there's a lot of different, like, just like spots where you can kind of, like dive underwater and get some items and stuff like that with Esquie. I don't know if I have any footage of that will show, because it doesn't really have much to do with any trophies, besides the super secret mega dungeon with the super secret mega boss. You have to be able to dive with Esquie in order to get to it. Dude, that rock. Yeah, so Francois is close with Clair. Clair is like, I don't know, the most evil character in this game. gotta be, man. The real Clair, man. She is evil, dude. All right, so yeah, Uri. There's his new rock, which again I believe allows him to. Yeah, we could explore underwater.
Glad I could help.
So we'll get that trophy pop, and then after that, then we just need to talk to Esquie again, and we'd be able to get his, max relationship stuff. I kind of want to like keep some of this dialogue in. Esquie is like, he's just so endearing, man.
Thanks.
I don't know. Like, you just listen to him. They did such a good job with this character. Plane, train, and submarine. Yep, perfect. Okay. So there we go. So there's that underwater diving ability. And we did get level 6 relationship with Esquie, and just able to talk with him right away. And we're going to be able to get the max relationship with Esquie as well. This is going to unlock... So Esquie is how we unlock the gradients for Verso. Yeah, dude, Clair, man. Evil-ass character. Like, a lot... Well, I don't want to say... A lot of the bad shit in the game is literally directly caused by Clair. Like, all the Nevrons that, like, their goal is to kill people, which then keeps Chroma from going back to the paintress, so she's slowly weakening as the years go by, while, Renoir is not getting weakened, so he's, the paintress is way stronger than Curator Renoir, but, like, Clair basically cuts the difference, and over time it allows Renoir to gain the upper hand, the Curator, right?
Not him.
And then, like, you did, like... Yeah, like there is a Clair boss, painted Clair and stuff, and the mega super secret boss Simon, which are just, I mean, just it's Clair who did it, right? Set up all this bullshit all over the place. Yeah, Esquie's the best, man. I love him. I gotta get a plushie of Esquie. It's me sleeping with my Esquie plushie, man. It's coming soon for sure. All right, so there's that. I think at this point, let's just go into some of the ending stuff. I am going to want to play a lot of those cutscenes again. Some of my favorite scenes in, like, anything, pretty much. So yeah, let's just jump in. We'll get the final boss fight in here, and some of these crazy cutscenes towards the end.
Papa?
Alicia.
Please, I just want you to understand what this canvas means to me.
I do understand. I know how powerful and intoxicating it is. How deeply attached we can become to the worlds we pour our hearts and souls into. I was enthralled, and it nearly killed me.
It doesn't mean you have to erase Verso's canvas.
Child, do you think I want to? After all the sorrows we've endured, do you really think that I want to destroy this last piece of his soul?
Then don't.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices. We do what we must.
Grief often blinds us, and we make choices we can never take back.
You grieve for two.
I grieve for many.
The choices of parents leave indelible marks, upon their children. But ultimately, the voices in their head have to be their own. You cannot set the boundaries of their life for them.
After the fire, you wanted me to find new joy in life. And I tried. But I couldn't. I couldn't. Verso died because of me. How do I get from that to joy?
Child, it will get better, I promise you. But this is not the way. Your friends speak truth. And it changes nothing. You can hate me. But that's a choice I must make. As your father, I must look out for you. Especially when you can't look out for yourself.
You treat me as if I'm still 5.
I treat you as if the shadow from the worst day of our lives is going to suffocate you and take you from us too! Enough. I said enough.
Alright guys, so now we move into the final boss battle right here. Well, I mean the final story boss. This of course is Renoir or the Curator, right? The Paintress and the Curator have their fucking 100-year Cold War, right? Like, I don't know, I think it's so sick, man. It is cool. So, everything surrounding the ending, I think is incredible. Yeah, by the way, so now at this point, Maëlle, we have her Paintress powers unlocked, right, as Alicia. So she has these ridiculous abilities, Phantom Strike, Burning Canvas, and the last one, Stedenhall, or whatever it is, which, I mean, Stedenhall, like, literally can one-shot the hardest bosses in the game. Like, it's so ridiculous. So I think that the whole sequence towards the end of this game is just incredible. I think the story is good. This leads into the huge kind of like moral dilemma or choice, or however we want to say it, that comes up too. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, right? About how like the painters like are like essentially like, I don't know, like they're like gods, like toying around with their own creations, like the painted people. Like, it's, I don't know, shit gets pretty crazy. I feel like with the structure and the way the story went, kind of the, I mean, I don't want to use the word correct ending, but kind of like the like proper ending with the story they were telling to me feels like Verso's ending. After Renoir has 2 phases we get through here, and then after Renoir, the trophy unlocks the end. It's for beating the game. And then you have your final decision of if you're going to get Verso's ending or Maëlle's ending. I think that move right there, yeah, black hole move, if we don't block it or dodge it, it removes everyone's AP, so we're not able to use abilities. So now, like, I'm in virtuoso stance with Mael, but I'm not able to take advantage of it. So this final boss, I mean, obviously, has a lot of, like cutscene attacks like this, right? So Renoir is the one who created, as the curator, he created the Axons, which again are kind of like his interpretation of his own family, right? Which we saw earlier on. Yeah, and then they have abilities that basically help Renoir during this battle. But nothing really too crazy. I think it's Serene. That's the one that heals him. And then again, it'll take us into a second phase. 2 phases of this fight back to back. The attacks Renoir does in the second phase are so cool, right? Like, I think a lot of this shit is just so damn fire. But yeah, I'm gonna show, like, kind of like the ending cutscenes in here. I think that stuff is just so like sick towards the story of this game. Like, I just really want it in the video, right? Yeah, Reacher. Okay, so Reacher, that is Alicia's, like, kind of like her, again, like Renoir's interpretation of her, dream of her, or whatever. There's a lot of, like, deep, again, in the journals, like, towards the end, there's a lot of kind of, like, deep, like, philosophy type shit that Renoir is spitting. Like, you could tell that Renoir is wound very tightly. let's just say that. But like some of the way, like, the journals are talking to Verso is it's funny. Like Renoir can't accept kind of like the path that Verso wants to take, right? Okay. Yeah, I panicked a little bit at that last one, but okay, I was getting quite a few of them. All right, the Hauler, that's supposed to be Clair's Axon. And the Hauler, that's the one that, like, it is dead, like before the events of the game. And I guess it's because Clair had the super secret boss, Simon, kill that Axon because it's the Axon meant to be for her, I suppose, is what it is. Alright, so we get, you know, Virtuoso up for Stedenhall, and then it's just, yeah, decimation. It's funny, that did 66k. I think I was still using, there's a Picto called Roulette I was using, which, it's a 50% chance that you do 50% damage from what Mael would have done, or 200% damage. So I think we just got the bad roll on that. I think I take Roulette off at some point after the final boss. But it's because, like, once I do a little bit of leveling and then max out Mael's weapon, there was just no need to have Roulette. Never really felt the need to have it. As soon as I finished the ending with, like, against Renoir and stuff like that, there's an area I went to called the Dark Shores, which is intended to be the area where Expedition 33 first lands after leaving Lumière. And I was able to power level quite a bit for the endgame there. Alright, so there, he has the Axon heal him. And then this is where...
I do love a challenge, but this is beginning to irk me.
Fuck. He keeps regenerating. Maybe we focus on the Axons first.
She can't.
Mama.
You're going to kill yourself. It's too soon for you to return to any canvas.
your turn to shine.
You selfish Aline!
I just thought this was the coolest thing. I don't know. It doesn't really, like, he summons the portrait of the family, right? So there's Clair, Verso, Alicia, Aline, and then Renoir is obviously the full family. And it gives him, like, a power buff. The power of friendship and love. The power of family, dude. Look at him. Like, he's, like, glowing now. That's the power of love, man. He gets a monster power buff from that shit, dude. Didn't really do a lot of damage right there, huh? Yeah, Renoir, I think, takes a little bit. So remember, I did come into this Renoir fight immediately, pretty much after fighting the paintress. Like, I did the paintress stuff. I think I finished out some of the relationship stuff that I was able to. And then I went right into the final boss. I'm glad, too, because, I mean, this fight was very epic. The OST is awesome. I mean, Renoir is very chatty during the talking. Like, if I would have did the post-game stuff first and then came here, like, we would have just, like, one-shotted this guy effortlessly, right? So, like, I actually am pretty happy with kind of, like, the structure of how I did it. Now, look at this, dude. Not even close. Gradient attack at the end. I did get that one. Okay. Yeah, the gradient attacks I found pretty easy to get those counters off, the gradient attacks. I don't feel like I ever really struggled to get those off. Alright, so then, you know, then we go into Virtuose, and then we could just toss out Stedenhall, which does just insane godly amounts of damage, right? It actually, I think it does apply a self-debuff to Mael, but like, yeah, dude, look at the fucking damage, and it just doesn't matter. This part is so cool, dude. Come on. So I guess, like, when Renoir is doing that, he picks up, like, a bunch of buffs from the Axons. Like, that's why, like, he's got, like, the wings and stuff like that. And the wings, like, that's supposed to be a thing where he wants Alicia to be able to fly amongst the stars and stuff like that. Alright, we're getting pretty close now, being able to take down this boy Renoir. Yeah, there's an ability that you get later on called Cheater. It's a Picto that allows you to get, like, a consecutive turn. I don't believe I had that at this point. And the ability I was using, it was a different one. It gives you that, like, the immediate second turn, but I think it's at the cost of I think it halves your damage is what it is. But I had it still on Verso anyway. All right, Renoir is getting a lot of turns in consecutively here. And I did not do a very good job of blocking that shit. All right, bye. God damn it. All right, then he goes again, yup. Yeah, if I get these parries off right here, we'll be able to just go... I mean, I'd like to go her gradient attack right into her virtuose stance, and then just drop another Stedenhall to finish Renoir off, but... and then, of course, one of my favorites, Phantom Stars. We don't have enough for it. Oh, yeah, this move, Perfect Break. Yeah, Perfect Break is really good, because it can kind of just, you know, get them towards that last break to actually stun his ass. And then now we have the gradient charges up and available, and we're ready to take this guy down now. Yeah, so he misses his turn. Oh, okay, so I don't do the gradient. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Do the gradient attack, just push us into Virtuose. And then we get our second turn, and then see you later, bitch. And then this takes us into the cutscene finale. It does, yeah. This shit is so cool, too. So then Mael's, remember, she's a paintress too. So she's like, yeah, fuck all that shit. You're done, bud. Yeah, that's sick, man. Damn, that's fire. And then there we go. That's the final boss. So cool, dude. I absolutely love that final boss fight. These fights against Renoir, the curator, and the paintress and stuff like that towards the end, god damn, they're good, dude. Really, really, really good stuff. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna just let these cutscenes play here, and then we'll you know, go ahead and knock out the last couple of trophies here.
Ironic. Your mother was the one who saved me when I lost myself in a canvas. She taught me how to safely use our gift. How to soar without flying too close to the sun. We painted hundreds of canvas worlds, pushing the very boundaries of creation. And she never let me forget that every day we spent here has a price. Yet, here we are now.
So trust her. If she's doing this, then...
I trust what she taught me. This is not a game. You think you know what's at stake, but you don't.
I know precisely what's at stake. You want control. You want to feel like you're doing something. You couldn't save Verso, so you want to save us. Except you're not. Destroying the canvas won't help us move on. It'll just deny us the one place that helped us feel again.
67 years. 67 years I spent trapped within the Monolith. But I persisted. Do you know why? Do you know why I cannot leave her or you behind? This is what I see every day. I cannot spend another day with living corpses. Since the fire, our family has crumbled. Aline in the canvas. Clair fighting a solitary war. You, a living ghost. Verso's death broke us. Want it to be fixed. I need it to be fixed. I cannot lose you too.
see? That's how I feel about them. I can't lose them either. I've lost too much. Papa, see? I've lost so much.
We both lost so much.
Papa, I don't want to lose you either. I'm not leaving you forever. Just a little longer.
I want to trust you, but...
You can.
Keep the light on for you. I hope you find peace. Hold on to each other.
Verso.
I'm sorry.
Alright guys, so after finishing the game, again, I went to this Dark Shores area, and I didn't intend it to be this way, but I kind of like realized that these enemies' attacks were not really too difficult to parry, and like, you know, they were giving me massive experience every time I was winning one of these stages. And they were also dropping a weapon upgrade material, which would allow me to easily like level up all my weapons to like the level right below the max level. So I just started to grind out a little bit. I think I went from like level, I mean, I think we were somewhere in the high 50s finishing the game. And then I went up somewhere, I think, to like level 70 plus. And I mean, after this like kind of like mini grinding session, my Mael in particular, really for the rest of the post game, you know, she was ready to just be one-shotting shit left and right? So again, I believe that this area, this is what's supposed to be the area where Expedition 33 first lands on the continent, which they do say, like Lune kind of like, you know, figured out the exact spot that Expedition 0 had landed, which was the very first expedition. But the difference is that Expedition 0 was out there before Clair had started to push the Nevrons all over the world, right? So, you know, that kind of made things, you know, a lot more dangerous. And then obviously on top of the Nevrons being there, right, like these guys are all over now, painted Renra is like kind of like completely like decimating, you know, the expeditions that arrive, because he wants to keep, you know, protect the paintress and, you know, keep the painting going and stuff like that. So, again, I think the story is really, really kick-ass. As soon as we're done with this fight, by the way, this is the fight that will push us to level 66. And then I'll show the grinding spot we used to get to level 99 later on. Level 99, I mean, that's like gonna be one of the last couple of trophies, right? Because it's like it does take a lot of experience to get to level 99. It takes a lot to get there, right? Okay, so there I'm using, so I've got Verso now, where he's got that weapon that inflicts burn. So it's like we're able to like stack up burn on these enemies really rather quickly, right? And, you know, just sort of decimate them. All right, and then there's the burn. Yeah, burn is so good. And then boom, there we go. Level, or what is it? Yeah, level 66. All right, let's keep going. We don't have that many trophies left to get done. All right, guys, so we knocked out all of these, right? We got the Esquie stuff, CL. We did the ending. We did the level 66 right there. We got the max relationship with Esquie as well. Okay, so now we need to move on to Lune's. Lune's max relationship level does come with a little kind of like side quest that you go on. Esquie's does, but like it teleports you straight to the fight with Francois and then right back. And CL's doesn't. So there's Lune. Okay, Sprong. So this is just a big enemy like in the ocean or in the water on the world map. This guy wasn't really too tough. I mean, obviously I went to him pretty late. And I did just, I believe I just one-shotted him, but that was another moment where I accidentally was not recording. So this is kind of like one of the, I guess, like super bosses or secret bosses, but I didn't actually get the footage of that. But I mean, he wasn't really that bad. And then we have Mael's relationship and Minoko's relationship. Okay, so the next three we'll do here. Let's just get the max relationship with Lune, max relationship with Mael, and max relationship with Monoko. We'll just go ahead and throw those in. All three of those, Lune, Mael, and Monoko, all three of them have a little quest that you do. Mael's is crazy because it has like a lot of like real nuts like story stuff, which is crazy. All right, guys. So we're kind of like moving our way through here. This is the quest you have to go on for Lune's like max relationship. But I mean, the only problem with like, you know, like some of these bosses and shit like that is that we have Mael around, right? So Mael kind of is able to just do this right here, and then like the boss's big scary HP goes away when she just does 8 million damage, right? Where she just blows bosses in half. It's insane. Mael is, again, one of the strongest RPG characters I could ever think of. And then all we're left with right here are these three, like the three dancers. Now these are flying type enemies, which means weapons and skills miss often, but they have very low HP. So like flying enemies, you just use free aim and you could kill them pretty quickly. But regular attacks and skills are very likely to miss. So, all right, so we do that. And then after that, we're able to continue down towards the end of the path. And then we're able to get the journal, which is for Lune's parents. They were on this expedition right here. This is in the Seren, like Axon, like island right here. So we get that journal right there. Again, the last trophy we'll cover is going to be the journal one, because that's, you know, there's journals across the entire game, right? So we walk up to this, you know, we go through the journal. There's like a you know, kind of like a long cutscene. And then I'm kind of just like skipping ahead right here towards the end of the sort of like relationship cutscene with Lune, right? This is the very last one. Now their bond is super mega ultimate strong. And then whabam, we get that max relationship with Lune. All looking good right there. Okay, perfect. So we got the Lune one taken care of. They spent hours together composing and playing music. Yeah, that's a big thing with Verso. Verso is like it's like he's like in this family of painters and this painted world and all that stuff, but like, you know, he is like a musician at heart. That's what like what he enjoys doing. There's a lot of scenes of him playing the piano. You know, even like on your way to the final boss in the final dungeon, Lumière, when you return, there's like a ghost. The Verso's soul is playing the piano in the opera house. All right, so now we're going to go over to Minoko's last one. Now, for his level 6 relationship level, you do head to an area, the Sacred River, to have Noko be reborn, right? Now, I believe Noko and Minoko, they're the name of the dogs. There is a small section after you beat the paintress where you control, you know, Mael, you know, her human, like her regular form, Alicia, and you can explore the manor a little bit. And then the dogs are sleeping, and their names are Minoko and Noko. So, like, you know, child Verso when he painted the, you know, the canvas when he created this world. That's like who these characters, I guess, are supposed to be is dogs, and that's why, like, you know, Minoko like has his obsession with feet and shit like that, right? It's funny because in a lot of fights, the fight will start out and Minoko will be like, "Oh, what lovely feet." I remember I was gonna tweet what like one of those clips of him saying that, like, "Whoa, Minoko, chill, dude." Ew, man, what are you talking about, my man? Oh, now at this point, by the way, I have fully obtained all of Minoko's skills. So we're going to get 2 trophies at the end of this conversation right here. We're going to get, you know, his max relationship and having all of his skills. There's an easy way to get most of his skills, and that there's a side dungeon called the Endless Tower, where it's a tower, but you're not really actually, like, climbing up it. It's just, like, I don't know, it's like 30 fights or something like that. Like, you kind of just investigate a painting, and it's just like fight after fight. And, like, if you just use Minoko there, you'll get most of the feet he needs, right? Except for, like, 1 or 2.
Snuggle.
Yeah, come over and let's snuggle. Okay. All right, Minoko, here we go, man.
Obviously.
Yeah, they understand each other quite well. Okay, so there we go. We got the Minoko one. And then the reason we're going to unlock the trophy for having all of the feet right here is because this is when we're going to unlock Minoko's level 3 gradient attack. His gradient attack is super good because I believe it'll just instant break an enemy, which is really good. Okay, so there's Minoko's max relationship. Let's go into Alicia's Mael's, which is crazy. Let's just jump into this.
We both deserve to fly. Let me give you a new beginning.
Alicia.
Send me to my family.
Wait.
Mael!
All right, so that happens. This, like, all this dialogue right here that's now gonna happen. This all, like, ties into the ending, right? Like, what happens after you beat Renoir. And, you know, obviously, like, in his curator form and stuff like that. I'm not sure if I want to put that, like, the final choice part earlier in the video, or maybe it'll be better to end the video with that. But so this is interesting. So Mael, Alicia, she kills the painted version because that's what the painted version wants. But like Verso, I mean, he didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Like, I don't know, like I feel like a lot of this game is up to interpretation and stuff like that, and it's like that's like exactly, you know, like what the devs wanted. Or I think the story is very well written, right? Like people are gonna side with different characters, stuff like that. I don't know. I thought that scene of Mael killing Alicia is crazy. Like how just cold, like that is the scene where Mael really like it's like feels like a god who just does not, like, the painted people are actually just like insects to her. Like I know, like that's not really like how it is when she's like, you know, talking with Lune and, you know, the thing in Gustave and Ciel and stuff like that. But like that scene is just crazy to me, right? Like where she just kills like painted Alicia like that. I don't know, like that. Like that's the type of thing that really does like push me like even more towards like the Verso side of the decision in the ending, right? Like I don't know. Now they do balance it out with Verso, although so this is like the level 6 relationship level. What I showed was the ending of like a huge dungeon. Like it's a pretty long dungeon, and then at the top of it is painted Alicia, right? And then you do have a quick one-on-one fight with her. Although, again, I just one-shotted her with Mael, so it's not like earlier in the playthrough, like I could, you know, put the paintress fight in here, and it's like this, you know, big long fight and stuff like that. But now a lot of these bosses at this point, just like the fight starts and Mael one-shots them. So it's like that's basically just what happens. And like after you get done with the dungeon, you just come right here to camp, and then this is again Mael's like level 6 relationship level, right? And then, you know, we still have to do level 7, and then that's where she's gonna get her you know, level 3 gradient attack, which is the Gamage, which is like the hardest hitting attack in the game, right? I mean, obviously. Yeah, so there's that. So that's the level 6. I did want to keep, you know, a lot of this dialogue in here because, I mean, I guess I'm also like covering a lot of the story and showing a lot of the important story cutscenes in this video. And then, you know, now, like when we talk, okay, so this one is very important. There's a choice that we get during this part, and you have to answer Mael honestly and tell her the truth, or else you're not able to get the max relationship with her, and thus, you know, you're not able to get the platinum, right?
And I refuse to abandon you.
All right, so here we go. All right, so this one is crazy too. Like both of these scenes are just like fucking nuts to me. It's like, damn, like this is like optional content too. Like I feel like that the whole Reacher dungeon, I feel like that is like main story. It should have been part of the main story. Like I don't know, like there's a lot of players who would have finished the game and didn't do this Mael stuff, and it gives such huge context to early in the game, right?
Claire won't be happy either.
I hate Claire, dude. Fuck Claire. It's fuck Claire forever, man.
Been home much. Knowing her, she's probably
hunting down the writers. Yeah, we'll see, man. Damn, they gotta do a sequel to this game somehow, dude. They have to.
Yeah. Barely saw her when I was home. She took Verso's death very personally. Well, we all did.
I've met her 3 times.
Yeah, okay. So now, like, Verso, again, this is a lot of backstory. So he was part of the first Expedition Zero. The fracture, I guess, is vaguely when Renoir shows up in the painting to pull Aline out, right? So he meets Clair. Clair wipes out Expedition Zero, I assume, except for, like, Renoir, Verso, the other, like, painted Clair, because, you know, they were made immortal by Aline. Then there's that second one, years later, Recruit Me, that's pretty vague. And then this last one, 16 years ago, so that's after... you know, the sequence where, you know, you talk to Clair when Alicia's, you know, in, like, her real body. And she goes in and has Verso look out for Mael the whole time. So then now, at the start of the game, like, Verso was looking out for her. Like, even on the beach, I didn't put that cutscene in the video, but in the initial beach section, maybe I'll add it towards the start, I don't know. But in the initial beach section, I think you can, like, quickly see a shot of Verso, like, about to, like, get her out of there on the beach, right?
Left Lumière, I stayed close.
And then cleared the really dangerous Nevrons out of your path, pulled you away on the beach. Again, if you go back and watch, I think it's like there's a shot of Mael, and then you could see someone, like, about to, like, kind of like lean over her, like, grab her and get her out of there. Yeah, and then here we get into this. So Verso does let Renoir kill the entire expedition, though.
There were too many of them to save.
Too many of them to save. All right, man.
I need to ask you something.
Yeah, and then it's like, here we go. We already know what this is.
You wouldn't lie to me, right?
I think we're well past that.
On the cliff. Gustav.
What is it?
Did you let Renoir kill Gustav? Could you have saved him?
Yeah, so here we go. We got this. Like, this was crazy. So Verso lets Gustav die. So it's like they have, you know, Mael, like, kill Painted Alicia in, like a brutal scene. And then it's like, all right, by the way, Verso did let Gustav die. So it's like they each have, like, a crazy body on their resume here.
If you found out about the canvas and he was there, you would refuse to help me send Maman home.
This is just a... Dude, this is a crazy scene right here. So it's like the reveal that he let Gustav die, like, not even in, like, a main story section is really crazy.
I should have told you everything sooner.
Yeah, and this is a lot of it throughout the game. Like, I pointed out how Verso is constantly, like, you know, doing, like, the sad look around. He's just staring off into space, looking up, looking down. And, like, I don't view Verso or Mael as, like, really, like, terrible, horrible people. I mean, Mael definitely has a little bit of a god complex going on at the end with her paintress shit. But, like, Verso is very clearly, like, just completely tortured, right, by all this garbage going on. And, I mean, you know, Renoir died in front of him. Painted Alicia dies in front of him. We haven't gotten to it yet, but then Painted Clair dies in front. Like, his entire family dies in front of him at the end of this game, dude. Like, it gets crazy. All right, so then there we go. So there we got Mael's relationship maxed out. You know, very good, very good. Yeah, dude, the end of this game is really nutty, though, dude. It gets so crazy. So yeah, then like she paints like "Papa, go home" on the monolith. It's written in French though, but okay, yeah. So there's the relationship stuff for all of the party members, and then here we go. We get the Gommage. Like the strongest damn attack in the game. Alright, so there's all the heavy relationship stuff. The relationship level 7 with Lune, with Mael, with Monaco. Okay, so next we have a level 3 gradient attack. And then we also have wheel control. Okay, I do have both of these clips. So the level 3 gradient attack, again, that's, you know, getting max relationship with any of the characters. unlocks those level 3 gradient attacks. I believe we get that with Verso after having the max relationship with Esquie. And then the wheel control, I do actually have the clip of that as well, where we just do the upgraded skill 4 turns in a row. I do that against one of the mimes. Oh, and then we could also get the weapon mastery. Okay, so let's just knock these out. Level 3 gradient attack, the upgraded skill 4 times in a row with Minoko, and then the fully upgraded weapon. We can get all these right here. Boom, boom, boom. Alright guys, so all we'd have to do is build up our gradient charges to 3. The charges go up by using AP. There's a lot of abilities we can get that will allow us to build up the gradient charges in other fashions. And then we get one of these busted-ass techniques. Verso's is pretty good. It gives him basically auto life. Like, he's not able to die after he uses it, which is pretty cool. So there's that. Just use the level 3 gradient ability. Remember, we do have to get max relationship with a character to unlock that as well. Alright, now this is a lot earlier in the game. So this was before we fought the paintress, before we got the painted power Picto, which obviously is ridiculously, absurdly broken, right? Being able to break the damage cap in that fashion. So what we need to do is we just need to do... So, like, notice the beast wheel is on agile right now. We just need to basically match the type of skill we use with what the wheel is on 4 times in a row, right? So I made sure that we have, you know, all of Minoko's skills. I made sure that we have a skill of each typing so that as the wheel lands on it, we're good to go. And I decided to go for this trophy here, so like, you know, I'm giving AP to Minoko and stuff like that to make sure that we're gonna get it. You could also tell this is earlier in the game, by the way, because Mael has her red hair. I went through the whole game. I was very, very immersed in the game. So I went through it with, like, default costumes the whole time. So Mael, like, her default costume after she awakens as a paintress, she's got, like, the white hair and stuff like that, right? So, like, I just leave kind of, like, the default costumes the whole way through. If I was doing, like, a second playthrough or something like that, sure. But, I mean, this was my first playthrough, right? Wow, this is kind of embarrassing. Dude, you fight mimes, like, 50 times? So, like, the timings, like, I have the timings, like, I could turn the game on right now and block all these mimes hits, so I'm embarrassing myself looking back on this. This is, like, the 7th mime you fight. I don't know why I'm missing all these attacks. I must have just been so locked in to making sure I get the trophy right here. Like, it's embarrassing, because these mimes, the mimes only have the 2 attacks, right? Every single time, they either do the hammer... Yeah, easy. Like, that shit is fucking easy, man. That's free. And then they have their little slap combo as well. Those are the only 2 attacks they do. Alright, so when we land on the almighty wheel, anything counts as upgraded. So we could use any ability once it lands on the almighty wheel right here. So we don't actually have to worry about that, right? We could just pop whatever, and then we're gonna be good to go. So I think I just chose to use an ability that uses very little AP, just to ensure that, you know, we're still going to be looking good in that department for Minoko, right? Yeah, dude, I don't know what the fuck I was doing at the start of this clip, man. These mime attacks are so easy to counter. That's so embarrassing, man. I gotta cut out the start of this clip, dude. Jesus. Craziness. Okay, so this should be it right here, right? This is the 4th skill we'll use. So this will actually get us the trophy right here. Perfect, yeah. And good, too, because we've started to blow the enemy away, right? Like, once we stun him, he's on death's door, basically. Alright, so yep, there we go. There is the Minoko character ability trophy. Alright, and then the last thing we gotta do is we just gotta max out a weapon, you know, with one of the perfect chroma catalysts right here. Boom, huge attack buff. And then we get the weapon mastery trophy. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we're starting to get to the end here now. We got most of the trophies hammered down. So we just got the level 3 gradient attack, Minoko, the weapon mastery. Okay, here's another one of the kind of like super bosses. This is just like a flying serpent, like Leviathan from Final Fantasy or something like that. So I do have the footage for that. So this is another one of the super bosses. So these patanks right here, these are an enemy type that you see all throughout the game in all types of stages, where you have to kind of like push it around into a certain spot, and then they try and run away from you. But if you kill it in time, you get huge, massive rewards. So that's another one of these super bosses. Then here's another super boss right here, Clair. This is the painted version of Clair. This is a pretty emotional scene. Yet another one of Verso's family members who dies right in front of him. So it's, you know, we'll knock this out. This is another section, essentially, of it. It's not really a super boss, but there's these like different like painted workshops, these paintings around the world. You go into them, and then you meet what is the, you know, I guess the real Verso's soul fragment, you know, the one who's keeping the canvas kind of alive. And he gives you a couple of items, and then in this final place, you could use the items, kill a boss, and then that gives you the trophy. And then finally, the Endless Tower. This is another super boss section. Then after that is some other stuff. Okay, so we have essentially 5 in a row that are kind of like super bosses, sort of. So I guess we'll just go ahead and knock down all 5 of these super boss trophies right here. All right, guys, so one thing we need to understand is we are now at the point of the game where Mael has ascended to that, you know, as I've referenced earlier in the video, one of the best RPG characters of all time status. Now, I was really at this point just like trying to enjoy the game a little bit still. So I wasn't really so much like, all right, let's like min-max so that she just like one-shots. But like we do one attack right here and she takes away, you know, 70% of its HP. So it's just like instantly, like the fight begins with the boss essentially just being at 30% HP, right? That's an annoying ability. Absorbs all AP. Now this fight doesn't last very long since we demolished him so quick. But dude, some of these attacks were actually, I was like, holy fuck, look at this. Like, it's just like, all right, there we go. Okay, well, I parried it. Okay, parry. Oh, I missed it. Dude, somehow I missed that one. But, like, it's sometimes these can get a little bit tough when the boss is kind of just, like, jumping all over. Bro, dude, like, that's, okay, yep, Minoko got smoked right away. Don't worry, he's back on his feet. There are some really broken Pictos we have at this point. So a lot of these kind of like endgame fights, like I was kind of like playing in the same fashion, where I was trying to definitely get a lot of burn on the enemy using the Sakapura fire or whatever, and then also potentially, you know, stacking it up with Verso. Verso does have the weapon where he, you know, inflicts a lot of burn as well, right? Kind of unfortunate that the Serpent gave himself all those shields, and it was before we were able to have Mael just use breaking the rules, right? One of my favorite moves. Yeah, dude, see, some attacks like that, like the first time I see it, there's no way to know that it's like, all right, we block, then we jump, and then we block, and then we jump, right? Like, you gotta see some of these attacks to know. I did okay right there, though. We had 3 of the 4 kind of, like, held up. All right, now, we did get a gradient charge. Oh, boy, and he got stunned as well. So this fight is over. Fight's done. Yeah. He got stunned. Well, time to go ahead and, you know, give Mael a little bit of AP. And that's all, folks. That's all for the Serpent, man. Yeah, once Mael has a gradient charge and we get to her turn, we just pop that Virtue stance. Here, hold this. Boom. Now 200% damage dealt. Burn in hell, Snake. Bye, you idiot. Yeah, then there's that trophy right there. Not too bad. Verso has some funny little dialogue. Remember, Verso is, again, like basically immortal. He's been around for 100 years, so there are moments where he has some silly dialogue.
Finally, we killed this damn snake. What a lovely fight.
That's payback for eating me so many times.
All right, so now we're moving on to the, what is it? It's the chromatic Patanic or Patank or whatever. So this guy's just on the world map right here. So we just have to kind of like fly him over to the spot where he's, you know, not gonna run away anymore. There's a couple of fights that kind of like almost like shocked me. And this one was one of them. Like, I did not realize, you know, it's the power of Mael. Like, I mean, I don't know if I was just like on repeat, like talking about how crazy she is, but I'm pretty sure this is a boss. Yeah, we'll let the fight play out when we get there. You see these types of enemies all throughout the game, right? Where, you know, you just have to try and kill them before they run away. That's kind of like the purpose of these enemies. But they always have the same just couple of attack patterns too, these enemies. So it's really not a big deal at all, since they have the exact same attack patterns. Oh, I probably should have cut this part out right here. Now that I'm looking at it, because it's like, yeah, the area we want to kite him to is, yeah, right here to the north. There's this little spot right here. Wabam, that's it right there. So we just got to kite him right over to that spot, and then we can actually just go ahead and demolish him. Again, not really that bad, but we'll get him over there. But yeah, there's these enemies all over, and then there's also the mimes. The mimes really don't have a ton to do with trophies outside of the mime from the very first mime that we see in Lumière, right? That one has a specific trophy that we have to get. But most of the other ones, they don't actually really have, like, trophies. Because one trophy I guess they could have done that might have been a bit in the pain in the ass. They could have actually made it to where we needed to collect, like, all costumes or something like that. That could have been kind of brutal had they done that. Because there's, you know, the mimes are scattered. There's mimes in a lot of areas all over the place. You know, usually kind of hidden. So, like, if you had to fight all of them, that would definitely be a tough trophy. But for the most part, the Patanks and the mimes, they only really give us, you know, just, like, decent drops rather than anything really super crazy. All right, that should have hit. That should have hit as well. Come on. Come on. All right, so the fight starts. Very scary, guys. We're in for a long, long battle right here. Buckle in. Nope. Get fucking one-shot. Yep. Bye, bitch. Dude, it's so silly, man. She is so stupid. Okay, anyway. Well, there was that super boss. We'll see what you do next playthrough, bud. Dude, come on. Dude, but so much, this part of the video is just Mael one-shot party. Alright, so this is a mega super ultimate super secret dungeon. Well, I mean, not really that secret, but it's up in the sky. And then the lore, the story of this is the painted version of Clair, who, of course, is, you know, Verso's sister, Alicia's sister. She, you know, Clair is the daughter of the paintress. This is the painted version that the paintress had created, you know, to kind of escape from her grief. The real Clair hated that. And as we're about to find painted over, this painted Clair, and this painted Clair is the one creating the Nevrons all over.
It can't be.
Verso.
Clair. What happened to her?
I bet Claire hated Maman's portrait of her, so she painted over her.
And now she paints Nevrons.
Can you heal her? Can you change her back?
I can't repaint her. Claire's the only one skilled enough to paint over someone else's creation.
Alright, now I had heard this was a really, really tough fight, so I was like locked in. I was ready to go. Alright, this is a super difficult battle. I was fucking shocked, dude. I sat here, I was like, what? Bro, I heard this was like a ridiculous fight, but notice we did fucking 9 million. Mael is so open. Dude, I was stunned. I thought that was gonna be a real fight. I didn't know we were gonna one-shot her.
How is she so strong?
She's Claire's creation.
Claire? I'm sorry.
Yeah, poor Verso, dude. We see every single one of his family members, like, pretty much die in front of him during the course of this game. I told y'all, he says, I'm sorry, about 50 times, dude, in this game. Like, he says it constantly. So, now we're doing the, painted workshop trophies. There's a couple of these areas throughout the world, and you kind of just do a little platforming, and then you reach, the ghost child, who is, you know, that's Verso's original soul right here, the ghost child. And then this is the final one where we need to go to a couple of those previously, get a couple of items, and then we come to this one. Then there's just a little bit of platforming. I didn't really think that the platforming in this game was fine. I mean, it's not Like, if we fall off or whatever, we just go right back to the start, and then it's just like a do it again type thing. But once we're able to get all the items from the various places, we can come here, and then we can fight a boss. The only thing is, I mean, I don't want to go too harsh. I mean, this is a problem in these games ever since Final Fantasy X, I think was the first time I really noticed it, where they reuse some of the same bosses over and over. This area right here, this would have been a good place to have like a new unique boss. But the boss that we fight in here is just the Lamp Master again. By the way, Minoko scared the fuck out of me. It's like, bro, what are you, dude? Why is he just appeared right there? What the fuck? Minoko, could you fall back, my man? Anyway. So, yeah, dude, Minoko, even on the, on the playback, Minoko tripped me up, dude. Like, what are you doing, my man? But I think a unique boss here would have been good rather than the Lamp Master. You fight this boss, in Clay's Flying Manor, where we fight the Clay boss. You know, we see him there. The Lamp Master is a fight in the, what is it, the Stone Wave Cliffs as well, in the area where Gustav gets killed. Like, we fight the Lamp Master a lot of times. So, I do think maybe had this not just been Lamp Master for the 50th time. We also fight Lamp Master in the Endless Tower, which is actually the trophy we're going to take care of right after this. That was a very long fight. So, like, some of these super bosses, you know, or, you know, big boss fights, we kind of have just, like, extinguished in a second, right? With how strong Mael is. But the boss at the end of the Endless Tower, I did not. Now, I really like the combat system. So, again, I wasn't really, like, dying to, like, oh, we must make sure to min-max it and kill the boss as quickly as possible or anything like that. Like, I was legitimately just enjoying the game, too. It wasn't really until Simon where I felt the need to, like, oh, yeah, all right, let's just end him. Let's just get rid of him, man. Let's just take him out and not deal with this nonsense. All right, so here's Lamp Master. OST is obviously great. Really good OST. I mean, you know, how often have we said that throughout this video, right? Every 5 seconds? All right, the Lamp Master. All right, guys, buckle in. Long fight incoming, man. All right, bye, bitch. Only 8.3 million that time. Not too crazy. Not too crazy. Yeah, so it becomes the... Mael is sick, man. She's just, you know, slaughtering everything in front of her at all times. It's crazy, dude. Mael is so broken, bro. I just can't believe how crazy she is, man. Ridiculous. She just, like, she busts out that Stettin hole, man, boy, and those bosses, they just die every single time. So, all right, there's this one. Again, so the next one we'll go ahead and knock out is the Endless Tower trophy. That one is going to be, so that is a huge, long sequence that ends in kind of like that special boss. But, like, there's a lot of fights in the Endless Tower, right? There's a huge amount of them. All right, guys, Endless Tower time. So look at all these trials, right? There's a lot of fights we have to do leading us to this. Painted Love. Now, this is crazy. So you're fighting what is essentially the boss of the game in Renoir, you know, the curator, and then also the paintress, who is kind of like the second boss of the game or whatever. Here's the thing. Okay. I really enjoyed this fight. I thought this was so fun. Both of these bosses actually share the same HP bar, by the way. So if, like, we only need, it doesn't matter who we attack, they have a shared HP pool. What I probably should have done, which would have worked well, but again, I enjoyed this fight. It's not like I didn't enjoy doing this. So I didn't mind that the fight kind of went on for a while. But maybe what I probably should have did was lean a little bit more into the burn strategy more than I actually did do. Because, like, you can stack up with Verso so fast, just like a bajillion burn. And, like, the burn can start to do, you know, millions of damage per turn, right? Rather than, again, I was just kind of, like, having fun, enjoying it, and I was just like, whatever, I'm just going to play it normally and naturally right here. You know, take a little bit to kill them, whatever. Isn't really bothering me too much. But they have a lot of HP for us to go through. I don't know, I probably won't show this whole fight because it goes on so long. I thought some of those story boss fights, I kind of did want to get the whole thing in, but I don't know that, it's not like there's any, like, super new, unique moves or anything that they do in here. I don't think they do. Right? I don't think that there's any new moves that we didn't see from either the Curator boss or the Paintress boss at the end of Act 2. Yeah, that last, like, jump up he does was really annoying. Yeah, and then this one, after fighting the Paintress in Act 2, was certainly a little bit better for this. I think I might only... Oh, well, I missed that one, too. I was going to say I only missed the first one. No, I missed the second one as well. But we get a lot more parries in this Painted Love fight. So maybe I'll let like another turn or two play, and then we'll just kind of like skip towards the end of this. Because again, this is a good, I don't know, almost 14-minute fight. I mean, it does take me a little while to go ahead and completely blow through here. Okay. Yeah, we'll just skip to the end. I think had there been like this is a fun fight fighting both of them at the same time, but had they had like new moves or anything like that, which I did not notice. It all seemed like stuff that they did in their story fights. I'd include more of this. And then, you know, like, I would have loved to have shown more of the Clair fight, for example, but we absolutely fucking demolished her in one split single second. The Clair fight, by the way, is real nasty. Because what she does is she heals like crazy at the end of every turn. So it's like you have to really be damaging a lot to keep up with her healing. But I mean, I just, you know, one-shotted her before she was able to even begin healing. So, funny enough. All right, so wrapping it up right here again after quite a bit of a fight. We got some gradient charges ready to go. We got a lot of AP on the characters. Got a lot of burn stacked up as well. You can tell by the little halo above Verso that I had already done his level 3 gradient attack. He gets that little halo. Reminds me of Final Fantasy X. Again, I mean, a lot of this game reminds me of Final Fantasy X. But you know, you get the auto life ability in Final Fantasy X, and that also creates the little halo above the character's head, just like Dragon Ball, man. Right? Just like my Dragon Ball anime. Alright, it looks like this Steadon Hall is going to finish it off. But this was a fun little fight at the end of the Endless Tower, right? And then there, of course, is the Endless Tower trophy. Yeah, this was a 14-minute fight. Looks like they must have had, what, like 25 million HP? Something like that, 26 million HP? Somewhere around there is the actual, like, amount of health that they had, which is, you know, a huge number. But, yeah, pretty fun stuff. This place is also really good for Minoko's abilities, by the way. You can get so many of those going through this tower, which, I mean, that is one of the rare trophies in the game as well, the unlocking all of Minoko's abilities. All right, so we knocked out this grouping, right? Some of these super bosses. Okay, so we got the Serpent Fair done. We got the Chromatic Patank. We got Clair beaten. We did the Painted Workshop, and then Endless Tower. I've been working on this video over the process of a couple of days. Since, like, the last time I was recording, this Gestural trophy has actually moved from a very rare trophy to actually a rare trophy. So that's interesting. Okay, so the next two... okay, so all of Minoko's skills, we already did get that. Again, a great place to get a lot of those skills. I just use Minoko in my party the whole game, once he joined, basically. We just, you know, did Mael, Verso, and Minoko, so that one was very easy. But we did unlock that once we had Minoko's relationship maxed out. So that one is taken care of. And then this is the Nevron quest right there. Okay. So here, I guess let's just show. So the Lost Gestrels, there's, I believe it's 10 of them, which are just kind of scattered around the world map. That's all they are. So you just find the Lost Gestrels in random parts of the world map. We'll, you know, play the one with the last one. The last one we find that unlocks the trophy. And then the Gestrel games, I'll probably just show all of this. These were very fun. Now, I mean, I am an old school RPG head, right? Nowadays, I'm very old school. Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 9. I mean, even Final Fantasy 10 is old school at this point. I mean, dude, it's an over 20-year-old game, right? That's old school. So, I am right at home with all these mini games. I had heard of a lot of frustrations people had. There was one of these mini games did get me cursing and did have me frustrated. It was the last one I did, but sure, let's show the Lost Gestrels, and then also we'll, you know, I've got all the Gestrel game you know, portions recorded as well. All right, so the Gestrels, Lost Gestrels again, are just in random spots around the map. You just walk up, talk to them, and then they go right back to your camp. You know, again, there's just a bunch of different places, kind of like around the map where these little kids are at. There we go. We found the last one. I believe that there's 10 of them, right? So we got the last one. Here's the spot on the map that we were at. Yep. Good stuff. Okay. Not a ton of trophies left at this point to get that coveted plat. All right. So here we go, chat. We're now doing the Gestrel Village stuff. So these are a lot of mini games that we've got going on here, right? There is a lot of mini game stuff. So this first one right here is just kind of like this platforming. This is really annoying, by the way, because like I notice I go like very, very, very slow, and you want to try and walk right down the middle, because like if you're even a little bit on the side, it is like very easy to just slip off. This one was definitely challenging. This one never frustrated me, though. I mean, it took me, you know, a good number of tries, and especially like getting past this wood part is whatever. But then the moving, kind of like spinning, I don't know, like whatever, the wooden carousels right here. That was definitely quite a bit annoying. These. So it's not even this first. I mean, jumping in right here, I mean, that feels a little bit RNG. Jumping over to the side is not a big deal either, because I figured, you know what, I'll just do this. And I'll just let it spin me, and then we'll be able to jump in. It'll be super easy. But then this right here felt like, you know, just pray. Just pray right there. And we were able to get it. And it's like, once we got to this part, like, I didn't really think that there was anything too bad. And then again, remember, there's a lot of different platforming sections throughout the game. So was well used to that. I didn't do any of these Gestrel Village beaches until, I mean, like, deep post-game. Like, this was one of the last things I was kind of, like, super focusing on. So this is funny. So you make it there. All these beaches give you swimsuits as a reward, right? Not really too surprising. But what's really funny about this one in particular is he asks a question afterwards, right? And this is like, I'm pretty sure if you answer this incorrectly, you still get the swimsuit, because he just goes, yeah, whatever, I can't count anyway. It's like, what the fuck? Dude, the Gestrels, they have all types of silly, like, dialogue like that, man. They are goddamn goofballs, dude. These Gestrels, they're very fun. Very, very fun. They feel like, I did get, like Black Mage Village vibes from Final Fantasy IX from them, for sure. Alright, so now we move on to the next one. So I think that this is kind of like the volleyball one right here, where you're kind of on like a, I don't know, like a boat or a raft, and we have to kind of like hit this. This one I did have a little bit of trouble with, just kind of like, I mean, how do I word it? Like, figuring out the right spot to attack was a little bit difficult, because that little move, that's the same thing you do on the world map when, you know, like, or I guess, you know, in like a dungeon or whatever, when you're gonna fight one of the enemies. And I mean, even in like, you know, just like a regular dungeon, like with that R1 button, I was missing the enemies quite a bit right here, right? So it's like you have to kind of like line up in the correct spot, and then you have to time it too, right? Like, it's like you got to predict a little bit. Like, you can't just like do it on reaction. It feels like it's a little bit of kind of like a prediction type thing. Apparently the devs in like an interview said that they intentionally made some of these feel a bit wonky, again, to kind of like emulate the very, very OG like RPG type style. And I mean, I could certainly believe it, because the entirety of the game feels very smooth. This is the one mini game that didn't, like, this doesn't feel very smooth, right? Like, kind of like, I guess, you know, the anticipation and stuff like that. Yeah, we hit one more time, we're done. I left these fails in, I figured. I, like, when I was looking through the footage, I didn't have my fails for the first Gestro Beach recorded. But I did have a bunch of fails here. So I was like, whatever, we'll put them in. I'm sure people will enjoy seeing a couple of L's before we catch our W's as well, right? Okay, so by this point, I'm kind of, yeah, see, that should have hit, bro. Maybe that one not so much, but like, come on, like, it's close, it's close. Okay, we got that. What we still gotta, you gotta do so many hits. Like, you gotta hit them way more times than we can get hit, right? Maybe I should have cut some of these out. What do we think? What do we think? Do we like watching the L's? Or maybe not so much? Alright, here we go. Here we go. Alright, 50th time is the charm. Right? Now here's my old school RPG adaptation. Right? Used to those old school minigames. We got this. Yeah? Easy. Oh, okay, that probably should have hit. Oops, that one's not. Okay, that's good. Uh-oh, chat. Dude. Yeah, it reminds me of when I was really younger. There was the one mini game in Final Fantasy IX. It's like the initial sword fighting one. I remember, like, when I was younger, like, I feel like my reflexes were not good enough for that when you're fighting Blank at the start of Final Fantasy IX. Because you get a rare gem, the Moonstone, for doing that. Maybe I'll do a Platinum Final Fantasy IX video at some point. Oh, bro, this has got to be the W, right? Yeah. There's our dub. Now, I think for the trophy, all you have to do is get the normal difficulty one done, which is what I did. I think I do go ahead and jump in and do the lower level difficulty as well. But you only need to do the normal difficulty, I believe, for the trophy to actually count. Yeah, it looks like, so their speed is even different too. Like, they're much slower on the easier difficulty than they were on even the medium one. I feel like, dude, all those should have hit. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Bro, I feel like the Gestro went through like all 5 of our attacks, man. That's the type of shit that gets people going crazy about these mini games, right? Like, FF7 Rebirth is going to be the infamous one. Alright, we got this one for sure right here. This is, you know, not even a problem. Well, when they keep coming right down the middle, that's not going to be a problem. Uh-oh. Bro, that should have hit. That was a hit. That last one was a hit, dude. You can't convince me otherwise. Cheating. Alright, so this is my favorite one. This is long. So what we do here is we just have to climb. Climb and reach the top. Now this is ridiculous because this does like this. I mean, maybe I just go very slow. Like I go slower than other players probably would. But I mean, this goes on for quite a while. I don't really like fail and fall all the way to the bottom or anything like that. I think there's one moment where I fall down a little bit. But we fall, like, it's like, okay, so this whole, like, Gestro Beach, it's exactly like this. Just, it's all about, like, taking our time, slowly climbing, make sure that we are, you know, going down, like, what is, like, the correct path. I think at one point I just fall, but it's like, it's like from, like, one of these just to, like, you know, something, like, right below it. It's not, like, a huge fall or anything like that. I mean, thank goodness. Because especially, like, once you start to get towards the top, I mean, it's a good 10 plus minutes to get all the way over here, right? And then this, I guess this is also displaying a lot of the mechanics when you're kind of, like, going through dungeons and stuff like that, at various points in the game. Some of the, like, you know, just, like, the middle of, like, levels and stuff like that, we don't really have much footage from those parts of the game in here. Okay, so we have a giant, like, saw right here. Now, again, remember, that the whole world that we're in is a painting. And, I mean, one thing that's, like, very important context to keep in mind, too, is that the painting, it was painted by, like, a child at the time. So that's why, like, Esquie is, like, you know, a giant, like, teddy bear. But he's also, you know, like, the strongest in the world and can fly and do all that stuff, and he's like always there for you when you're sad. Like, you know, it's literally something that like a kid would make, right? And then, you know, later on after Verso's death, I mean, more so when he's an adult, then Aline, you know, his mother, the paintress, you know, kind of like, I mean, locks herself in the painting to kind of like get over her grief and, you know, be in, you know, Verso's painting. And then that's where she creates Lumière and then all of the humans of the world, right? Including our boy right here, Painted Verso. Who I think is just a tremendous character. I love him. I've seen a lot of discussions, like, looking around. Like, as soon as I, like, did all of the reveal stuff, I was a little nervous about this, by the way, that you couldn't land on that, but you could. So I was like, okay. But, like, I was very cautious to avoid spoilers, right? So, like, I wasn't really looking up almost anything. Like, once I started to get into the game, I was like, oh, fuck, like, I care about spoilers, man. I do not want to get spoiled on this. So I was, like, very, like, if I would tweet about the game, I was, like, pretty much not really checking replies and stuff like that. Like, I was just being very cautious. And then once kind of, like, the huge plot dump happens, my ass was on Reddit, on wikis, everywhere, just taking in information. And your boy does love this plot. Yeah, again, I'm being very, very, very cautious here. I think this is where I fall. Like, I think we get a little bit above this statue, and then I do slide right back down just to this statue. But then we're able to kind of make our way back up. It would be, dude, oh my god, it would be so brutal to fall all the way down. You kidding me? Oh, there's a grapple point right there. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it. I think I just, like, missed this jump right here. Or jumping over to the carousel. One of the two. Yeah, bro, that was bullshit. He just didn't latch onto it? Like, that was... Okay. I haven't watched that back before, but that felt like horse shit to me. He just kind of didn't grab onto it for some reason. Let's see. That is the only fall that happens. So let me see how we do this second one. That was bullshit though. That was not like a fuck up or anything like that. Like, I lined that up, and then he just like fell right down. It's like we hit an invisible wall. Yeah, that time he just grabs it. I don't get it. Okay. I mean, not a big deal, but All right, so then we're on the carousel here. You see like this similar type of carousel, a couple of different places throughout the game, right? Oof, this is scary. That's one of the pots that Gestrels go in when they need to be reborn. Because, like, that's the other thing, too, where it's, like, in this world, like, the Gestrels that die, they're then reborn. I was reading a thing where it's like a child's interpretation of, like, dogs. Because, like, Minoko and Noko and stuff like that, like, those are the name of the dogs. I believe one of them is Minoko the Third, too, I think is the name. So, the whole thing is, like, you know, it's, like, from a child's point of view where it's like, you know, the dog, you know, the parents, okay, like, you know, he died, we'll get a new dog. And then it's like, you know, same name, but slightly different. And then that's kind of like applied to the whole Gestrel, like, reborn type thing. Bruh, imagine falling right there. Oh. Like, we're already, what, like a good... I mean, we gotta be a good, like, 7 minutes into just this climbing. I think we are starting to get pretty close to the top, though. I'm pretty sure we are. Are we? I think so. Damn, there has to be someone who got, like, really, really close to the top and then fell all the way down. That would feel so brutal, dude. To make it all the way up just to fall. Oh. Oh, look at this shit. This shit is scary, man. Oof. I know people fell right here. Because it's like, look, there's like a little spot in between these two that you could definitely just like fall. Like you could over jump this little platform or under jump it or something like that. Oof. Dude, those devs, those tricky devils, man. Yeah, and then the statue is pointing you in the way to go. Yep. Yeah, well, I guess that's just a trick, that platform out there. Because, I mean, as soon as you see the rope, you know, like, the rope is definitely the path we're going up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is kind of like the last gasp at the end here. With all the different stuff, you know, we got boats, pianos, there was a ship there. It is interesting because when you're traveling through the worlds, right, there is so many expeditioners dead everywhere and boats everywhere, man. There are boats all over the place. Destroyed ships, like, seemingly everywhere. And, I mean, I assume most of them must have been after the fracture. The fracture, which I guess vaguely it's when Renoir, you know, the curator, when he shows up in the painting to get Aline to leave, right? That's when the fracture happens. All right, we're closing in. Dude, this challenge is crazy. You could easily say this is the hardest one. I think because of how long it goes. Oh, that was actually kind of close. That was scary. You know, because of how long this one goes on, right? A lot of those other challenges, like, we could fail it, but it's just like, it takes like 2 seconds to regain our progress, basically, right? But here, I mean, this just lasts forever. Like, getting all the way up to the top here. Fall at this point, and that's, you know, 10, 15 minutes wasted. Yep, very nice and slow and cautious in the, you know, final climb right here. Dude. I can remember my past nervousness right here. Some of these, like, look how tricky, like, this one looks, right? And I was definitely fearful that Verso wouldn't, like, climb onto it. Like we would just run and hit the side of the ledge with our chest, and he just wouldn't grab it. Okay. Yeah, I think that, like, it's like, kind of looks like a bell or something like that. That is the end of this right there. Yeah, this is the actual end. I think we kind of just, like, snake around a little bit right here to the other side. What is this, like a bed frame right there? Okay. Yeah, this last part is not as, like, tricky as I think some of the earlier spots were. Oh, is this the end right here? I think this is the end. Yeah, we're done. All right, beautiful. And so then you get up here, and they're all just dancing. What a silly game, man. I love it. I love it so. Dude, I adore this game so much. You get to the very top, and they're just like silly, goofy dancing up here. Look at this guy, man. Look at him. Yeah, they've got a very samey dialogue there. Not a big deal. All right, so now we'll go ahead and talk to the guy right here and get a swimsuit. And that is a GG. Yeah, we're pretty high up here. The ultimate gestural uniform. Okay, so that's an outfit for a Minoko right there. All right, so there is that one. We still have a few more of these kind of like gestural, like, you know, village things to go here. All right, so this is the one I actually had a little bit of difficulties with. So if we look at, like, I mean, I guess I just, you know, kind of cut in the middle here. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on. But, like, this is like, I don't know, like Donkey Kong or something like that, where, like, these fireballs are coming down. And notice we're just kind of trying to go up, right? But it feels like it's just kind of like RNG. And, like, boom, right there, we're done. Like, there's nothing we could have done right there. Like, it's just like, it's like a pattern. Like, I guess that this is a thing that you're supposed to kind of like memorize. Because I believe it does come down in pretty much like a similar pattern. But like, you know, eventually, once you get near the top, like, you're not going to be able to kind of like react to, like, look at that right there. Like, if you were up there, you would not have been able to avoid that no matter what. So this one took me... this is, again, the one that frustrated me. This took quite a while. And then once you get to the very top, by the way, you have to be on the middle path. Because, see, there's 3 paths. There's the left, middle, and right path. And once you get to the very top, you have to go to the very top through the middle path. It has to be through the middle path, so... huge pain in the ass this one was, for sure. Uh-oh. Yep, there we go. Boom. GG. So I cut a lot of our fails out, but I did want to get a couple of fails in right here. I felt like it was probably the proper way to go about this, but I couldn't put all my fails in this one, again, because there was quite a few. Yeah, that's... Oh, we actually don't fall. Okay. I was going to say, that looks like that was unsustainable right there. Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah, we got it. Boom. There we go. Nice. Clean. All right, so you get up here. This guy references Expedition 60, which is like an insane expedition. Apparently, they're just like... they were all wearing like Speedos, and they're all like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something like that, right? Like they're just like their muscles, like there's a barrier protecting the Monolith and the paintress, and like they just like muscle and walk right through, which is crazy. Okay, so now there's this race one right here. I believe this is pretty much the last one that we do right here, this race. So for this one, you do have to get the gold. And then once we get the gold, that's actually going to get us the Gestural Village trophy there. This one did take me a couple of tries to kind of like, you know, get down the right path. I think the score, what is the score we have to hit? 38 seconds? Something like that. That's a pretty clean run. Yeah, we're good. Perfect. Boom. There we go. And then there it is. That is our Gestural Village trophy. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Alright, so we got those done. The Lost Gestrals and then the Gestral Games. Again, the Feat Collection, the Minoko Skills one we did much earlier. Okay, so right here we have aiding the enemy. So, scattered around the world, there are white Nevrons. Like, they're just like, you know, a lot of them are very colorful, different colors. But these ones, the friendly Nevrons, they're just like all white Nevrons. And it's usually just like, you'll talk to them, and then you have to find an item that's nearby. Like, it's typically, like, right in the same area or something like that. And you just bring it right back to them, and then boom, that's it. And then Simon, this is the final mega super secret boss. We'll talk about him when we get there. Survivor, which is level 99. All the music records, and then all the journals. So, I mean, I guess we could just go ahead and knock these out, kind of like a last gasp right here. You know, so we have all the Nevron quests, which again, they're scattered around through quite a few areas. Beating the super boss, reach level 99, which does take a while. The music records are scattered all over the place, right? Like, you do have to fully explore the game. That's the reason the music records and the journals are the last two, is because you have to fully explore the game. And then for the journals specifically, remember, there is a specific item you have to get in the prologue. And then when you go to Old Lumière, where you have your first real fight with Renoir, there's a journal that you're able to get there. So there's quite a different bunch of spots where we're jumping all over. So, all right, let's go ahead and let's get all these here for, again, our last ditch effort to get this plat. All right, guys, so this will just be us wrapping up this last Nevron quest right here. So again, there's a few of these scattered around, but it's not very far from whatever the Nevron is going to be. That, like, whatever item that we need to get. Like there was one where we had to find some glowing rocks that was in the Stonewave Cliff earlier. There's one, like, there's like the giant enemies, the Burgeon enemies. I think we've shown a couple of fights against them in this video. Like, every time we beat one of them, we get their skin as an item. And, like, there's, you know, one that's small that we have to give it the skin, you know, in order for it to grow. You know, there's quite a few different one of these quests that we do. But then there's this one done, and we have the trophy. So now, at this point, we'll move on to kind of the big boy boss of the game. I'll explain about this big boss, but the first time I jumped in there, I did get my ass beat, obviously.
These swords. They look like the ones in old Lumière.
Ah, so he's the one who found the ascent. Simon.
You know him?
He's an old friend of mine. We joined Expedition Zero together. He disappeared and I thought... Looks like you met Clair. I'll lay you to rest, my friend.
Yeah, so again, Clair is the worst, man. She ruins everything. So the lore behind this guy, I mean, we do get his journal, and we, get a lot of it explained to us. But the lore behind this guy is that he was super strong, and then Clair gave him the power to take down the ascent, which was kind of like made by, Renoir, the curator, in Clair's image, and she didn't like that, so she had Simon get rid of him. Then Simon goes to the Monolith, and he kind of talks to the paintress, and she sends him to go beat Renoir, but that doesn't work out very well.
My love, these foes are beneath you. You who have fought heaven and earth and subdued giants. To find me, to free me from her grasp. Would you fall now to the likes of them? While your oath remains unfulfilled, rise. Your enemies await.
Alright, so this bullshit-ass boss. So he has an ability where he just removes you from the canvas. It's just like instant game over. I was playing around with him, fighting him. He did that, and I said, oh, okay. Okay. Sure, man. We're just gonna instant game over. That's fine. I got something for your bitch ass. And we just comboed him. A nice little combo. So it's like, if he's just gonna give us an instant game over, I'll give your fucking ass an instant game over, Simon. How about that? So that's what we do. Again, remember, Mael is, I think, strongest RPG character ever. Or at least of the RPGs I've played, she's the strongest one ever. And then we just kind of like, get a nice little nasty combo going. And, hey, cocksucker. Yeah, talk about getting removed from the canvas. Bitch! Hold this. Yeah, nice little 139 million damage. See ya, bud. You idiot. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, there's every single... It's like every person Verso ever knew is like dies in front of him in this game. It's insane. Alright, so the next trophy we're working on here, so this is just get to level 99. This is pretty easy because we could just get a setup for Mael right here, where we enter into this merchant fight and then just instantly kill the merchant. Like, just boom. Instant death to the whole enemy team. And we just do this. This only took a couple of minutes to power level up to level 99. It really did not take a long time at all. It was pretty easy. Because it seemed like this was going to be like, okay, like going to be a huge grind session at the end, like to get this level 99 trophy. But, I mean, it ended up really, again, not being a big deal. This only took, I mean, no more than 10 minutes at the most to jump up to level 99 right there. Okay, so there's that one taken care of. Again, pretty easy and fast method, just doing it right here at this merchant. This is in the Renoir's draft area, which is where Simon is. Kind of like the, you know, super secret dungeon here. Alright, so at this point, all we have left is kind of the collectible stuff. So this right here, this was obtain all the music records. They are scattered everywhere. Like, you know, you have to do, like, play the whole game, experience the whole game in order to get all of the music records. And then also all of the journals, which is the last trophy we're going to move into right here. Okay, so here is the prologue, right? So during the prologue, we have to talk to Colette right here. And we've got to get this old key. We have to use a token to get this old key, which then allows us to get a journal in old Lumière, which is, you know, 25 hours later in the game or something like that. And it's like, if we don't get the key during the prologue, we're not going to be able to actually get the trophy. Like, that's probably the biggest block towards getting the platinum, right? Because, I believe you would have to, like, you know, do New Game Plus and then find all of the journals all over again. So you basically have to completely play the whole game again, which would be brutal. So we get the old key, and then teleporting, you know, way later into the game, right here, we're in old Lumière. This is a section where Mael and Verso get split off from the rest of the group. We're able to use the old key, and then this is a survivor journal right here. So again, the fracture is when Renoir, the curator, shows up in the painting. And I like him and the paintress beginning their war, I guess, creates the fracture. There's references to creatures right here. So the Brigadiers or whatever, that's obviously Expedition Zero, which painted Renoir, painted Verso, Simon, painted Clair, all would have been a part of, right? And then, I mean, so this Survivor's talking about creatures. I mean, those are obviously Nevrons, but I mean, I guess like real Clair showed up and created some Nevrons very early on, and then she eventually had painted Clair just continue her like life enslavement towards doing it, right? So there's so many different journals. Again, the journals and the music records, I mean, we have to explore the entire game to get all those, right? Like, everywhere. We have to go everywhere, explore the game constantly, in order to get all of this stuff. So, like, I just showed a couple of these, right? Just got a couple of these in there, here and there at certain points. All right, so there's that. And then, finally, the last journal we get is right after we beat Simon. There is, of course, a journal, his journal right here.
More and more of my mind is fading away. I must put my words down on paper before I lose myself entirely. My beautiful Clair. What did she do to you? That paintress. She fooled me. She looked so much like you, and I believed her story. She granted me the power to fell the axons and enter the Monolith. I realized too late that she had warped my mind. That she had in fact taken you away. Locked you somewhere I could never reach. and set me on a path to destroy your future. But then I met Aline, who showed me that I could save you. With her help, I descended to the bottom of the Monolith, where Aline had sealed him away. The one who brings the Gamache. The one who threatens our very existence. But his powers are strong, and I'm finding it harder and harder to fight his influence over my mind. My mind is breaking. My final thoughts are only a few. I despair. But one day, our suffering will end, and we will find our way back to each other. In this life, or another.
Yep, and there we go, yeah. So it's like, he goes down, I guess, to presumably fight Renoir, the curator, but, I mean, that wasn't gonna happen. So there we go. There is the platinum for Expedition 33. Again, easily one of my favorite games ever. I mean, right now, I feel like I do have it at number 1. I just think the game, it's just so, it's a masterpiece, man. This game is just an utter ridiculous masterpiece. Yeah, so there we go. We got everything. I guess let's just take one last look at the trophy list, and we'll finish up here. All right, guys, so there we go. There is all of the trophies in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Again, I think that this game is a true masterpiece. I really wish, dude, I wish so bad that there was a PS4 version of this as well. So I could then immediately, like, bro, if I could, I would just do a second playthrough, get another platinum, right? Like, what a game, man. What a legendary game. No other words I think I could say. So again, I did want to get a lot of these cutscenes in the video as well. Maybe some people wouldn't like that I've got, you know, like the full, like, you know, like a lot of story in here. But, I mean, we're going through the trophies, talking about the game, talking about the story. I mean, I wanted an outlet to talk about all this stuff in this game anywhere. And I was going to use this video because it's like, I mean, I'm not just going to fire off tweets about it. All right. Like, I can't, like, it's, the game is so good. I don't want to spoil it for people. That's why I'm going to make sure to at least let people know, like, hey, this video does have a lot of spoilers in it. So there we go. We got the platinum. I think I'm going to end the video with just kind of like the, I don't know what to call it, like the conclusion of the ending. So, when you get the ending trophy, which is, this down here, I did show it earlier, like right after you beat the curator, right? You get, the end trophy. Right as Verso jumps into a portal that Renoir creates, which leads him... I don't know. That's one thing I'm not sure exactly why the portal Renoir creates. It takes Verso directly to, like, the last fragment of the real-life Verso soul, which it does. I mean, maybe that must have been Renoir's plan. I don't know. But that ending scene with Mael and Verso is... one of my favorite scenes in, like, anything. I just love it so much. So I'm just going to end this video with that. For me, like, of the two endings, too, I do think Verso's ending, to me, kind of fits. I mean, I don't know how to word this, like, very good, but it fits kind of what the story was going for, I believe, better than Mael's ending does. So let's just go ahead and end this. Thanks, guys, for watching. Let me know what you guys think of Expedition 33. I think it is the GOAT.
You're tired of painting, aren't you? I'm tired too.
That's... You shouldn't be able to be here.
I'm on skin.
Why did you run in? It's dangerous for you here.
See things as they are. Not how you want them to be.
What?
You lied to your father.
No.
Yes, I do. But he wanted to believe. You're going to die here. Why don't you just leave? You can always come back.
The moment I leave, Papa will erase this canvas.
This is not worth your life.
What life? My life of loneliness in a shell of a body, with no voice and no future.
You're my El. No matter where you are, you don't need this canvas.
But everything I want is here. Here I have a chance to live, Verso, to live. Up there I merely exist.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Stop quoting Papa!
It's time to stop painting.
Papa also said, hold on to each other.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles. Your blind eyes on the dial, stripping
I'm sorry.
out colors. But it's time to say goodbye until next life.
Verso, stop! You can't just decide this for everyone!
We're all hypocrites, doing the same thing to each other. Your existence ends now.
What about Lune and Ciel and Monoko? What about Esquie?
Ciel was right. Grief blinds us. All you see are walls.
time, Mael. There are things we can never outrun.
I'm so tired, Verso. Please, can we just go home and talk about this?
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, huh? You've got this incredible power to paint. You'll never have to suffer a life you don't want. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I will miss you guys.
It's okay. Verso.
Miroir du temps, nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Deux mondes se dessinent, l'un peint de rêve où le chagrin s'efface, l'autre nu et réel où notre deuil prend place. Au lendemain non écrit, sous les étoiles où tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans le dessin, toi le vierge, horizon lointain, peignons ensemble les couleurs de demain, au clair obscur. Œuvres infinies, chaque pas trace la route d'une vie.